I think we need to be vigilant. That's the best thing I could say. And
Sure.
I think we are being vigilant.
Sure. I know that you have been critical over the last several hours, obviously, about what President Biden was caught saying about Trump supporters being garbage. Is any of that on either side helpful for the type of coalition building you're trying to do?
Well, I'd say a couple things. One, after the president's the assassination attempt on the president at Butler, I wrote an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal where I said, listen, this heated rhetoric calling President Trump a Nazi, comparing him to Hitler or Satan, that kind of political rhetoric leads to political violence, and I'm opposed to that on both sides. So I think we need to dial back the rhetoric, and I've made that point on a number of cases. But what President Biden said, and I went back and listened to it multiple times after there was the response that what he was really talking about was this was an apostrophe. He was talking about an individual person. There's no way you can listen to that and think that that's what he was conveying. And I actually think that was kind of his inside voice talking, which is, I think there's an enormous amount of disrespect and disparagement for half of the population, that half of American citizens who, at least half, that are supportive of President Trump. And it reminds me of the deplorable statement that Hillary Clinton made. And I don't think that's acceptable. I do think it's disgraceful. And so you have this scenario where Biden and Harris and Bob Casey, because he's been a sure vote, their policies have been horrifically bad for working families, runaway prices, the fentanyl crisis, wide open borders, crime in our cities. It goes on. And now, to add insult to injury, you have this very specific and conscious insult. So I really hope President Biden will do more than clarify. I think he should come out with a full-throated apology that says, listen, that was a very inappropriate thing for me to say, and I'm sorry I said it. And I also think that Senator Casey, who characterizes himself as President Biden's best friend, should do the same.
Do you worry about some of what was said at Madison Square Garden over the weekend? A lot of attention obviously paid to calling Puerto Rico a garbage island. There are a lot of Puerto Rican Americans Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania that are going to be casting ballots if they haven't already. What has been your message to that community?
I think that was a very inappropriate thing to say. And I said so immediately at the time. And listen, I am deeply grateful that we have such a large population of Puerto Rican Americans in Pennsylvania. And I think that kind of insult is inappropriate no matter who says it.
I want to finish with some of the issues that are probably going to face the Senate early on next year. And if you are a member of the Senate, we'll be faced with this. There could be votes as well on new tariff policies. Do you like the former president's view on kind of using tariffs a little bit more aggressively than they've certainly been used by previous administrations?
I do. I mean, I supported the steel tariffs when he put them in place in his first term. And here's how I think about it. There's got to be two principles that drive our trade policy. One principle is there's certain things that should be made only at home. Pharmaceuticals, semiconductors. We learned during COVID we can't have those critical things in the hands of our adversaries or even in the supply chain where we lose control of them, which we did during COVID. Second thing is the principle of reciprocity. We got to have a fair deal. And I think President Trump's right. We haven't had fair deals. What that means is when we have a trading partner, they can't have non-tariff barriers that block trade from U.S. companies. They can't be stealing our intellectual property. They can't have tariffs. And I think what President Trump is saying he will do, which I support, is to use tariffs very strategically to make sure we get a fair deal. And that's what he did with steel. That's what he did with Mexico during the trade negotiations in his first term. That's what I think he'll do in this next term. And I think we'll get a much better economic trade policy, much better for workers in Pennsylvania because of that strategy.
When you say strategically, you're talking about sort of using them for specific countries and specific products?
Yeah, I'm talking about using them in a way that makes sure that American workers and American businesses get a fair deal by industry, by country. So, yeah.
Have you given any consideration to who you think should succeed Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell next year?
Absolutely not. I have given consideration only to winning this race and giving everything I've got to getting across the finish line November 5th.
You got a few more events with former President Trump between now and Tuesday?
I do. Yeah, I have a number of events with him, and looking forward to that. He obviously generates an enormous amount of enthusiasm. And I feel, listen, this is a tough race. I'm the underdog. I'm running against an incumbent, a political dynasty. And someone said to me the other day, hey, are you running for Bob Casey's seat? And I said, no, I'm not running for Bob Casey's seat. Bob Casey's not entitled to this seat. I'm running for the people's seat. I'm running to represent the great people of Pennsylvania. And the thing about political dynasties and any dynasty is they all end at some point. And I think it's just time for this one to end. And I'm hoping that I'll have the opportunity to be a leader and representative for Pennsylvania on November 5th.
Well, Pennsylvania will be one of those states we have circled and highlighted less than a week from now. Really appreciate the time. That's David McCormick, the Republican running for Senate in Pennsylvania. Take care between now and Tuesday, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Todd is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Todd, and I live in Georgia. I'm a veteran of 23 years. I love to give back to the community, whether it's my fellow veterans, some guy on the street corner. I offer what I can, when I can. I started noticing that my memory was slipping, and I wanted to take proactive measures to try to help that. I saw a Prevagen commercial, and I did some research on it, and I wanted to find out, does this stuff really work? I started taking Prevagen about 3 years ago. Since taking Prevagen, I feel clearer in my thoughts, my memory has improved, and generally just more on point.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Robinhood is introducing forecast contracts so you can trade the presidential election. Through Robinhood, you can now trade financial derivatives contracts on who will win the U.S. presidential election, Harris or Trump, and watch as contract prices react to real-time market sentiment. Each contract you own will pay $1 on January 8th, 2025 if that candidate is confirmed as the next U.S. president by Congress. Learn more about the presidential election contracts on Robinhood at Robinhood.com/election. The risk of loss in trading commodities interest can be substantial. You should therefore carefully consider whether such trading is suitable for you in light of your financial condition. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Commodity interest trading is not appropriate for everyone. Displayed prices are based on real-time market sentiment. This event contract is offered by Robinhood Derivatives, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm. Exchange and regulatory fees apply. Learn more at Robinhood.com/election.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Halloween party planning? Going to one and need to bring something? You'll be the one with the treats when you bring Captain Chucky's. Visit your nearest location now. Remember the always popular and delicious Smith Island Jumbo Lump Crab Cake and the mega colossal lightly breaded Scrumptious Crab Cake. Try their delicious homemade soups. Captain Chucky's has an expansive selection and so many different things to choose from. Locations everywhere. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com. That's WeLoveCrabCakes.com. At the shore, visit Captain Chucky's at theshore.com.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
They don't call her confiscation Kamala for nothing. Don't take it from us.
And I support a mandatory buyback program.
A mandatory buyback program? That means the government forcing you to turn in your firearms. To what lengths would Kamala go? Well, she doesn't even support the individual individual right to own a firearm.
I'm prepared to take executive action and put in place a ban on the importation of assault weapons into our country.
We get it. Sometimes it's tough to understand what she's talking about. But on the Second Amendment and your rights, Confiscation Kamala has been crystal clear. Her gun control agenda comes straight from that petri dish of bad ideas that is California. She can claim to be a gun owner all she wants, but we all know she's the same anti-gun California radical she's always been. Don't be left defenseless. Defeat Confiscation Kamala. Vote Trump like your life depends on it, because it does. NRA Political Victory Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. NRAPVF.org.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The LA Dodgers winning their 8th World Championship, beating the New York Yankees 7-6 in Game 5 of the World Series. Dodgers manager Dave Roberts.
I thank my players, their families, the coaching staff, training staff, ownership, scouting, player development. As Andrew said, the fingerprints on Dodger Nation. This trophy belongs to everybody.
Vice President Harris holding a rally in Madison, Wisconsin yesterday.
We know who Donald Trump is. This is not someone who is thinking about how to make your life better.
Former President Trump arriving at his rally in Green Bay in a garbage truck, trolling President Biden's garbage gaffe.
How do you like my garbage truck? This truck is in honor of Kamala and Joe Biden.
White House says the president's comments were not meant to refer to Trump supporters. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Dodgers won their second World Series title in 5 years. LA downed the Yankees 7-6 to take the championship in Game 5. The Dodgers rallied from a 5-0 deficit with 5 unearned runs in that fifth. The Chicago White Sox are hiring Will Venable as their next manager. The Sox lost a modern-era record 121 games this past season. The Cleveland Cavaliers improved to 5-0 with a 134-110 victory over the LA Lakers. The defending NBA champs are no longer undefeated. The Boston Celtics lost to Indiana in overtime 135-132, and Winnipeg over the Red Wings 6-2. The Jets are 9-1. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When an injured worker left me a message that said, "You probably won't call me back, I'm just a nobody," I called him right back. Nobody's a nobody, and no one deserves a better firm than you.
He calls to tell me that he's been in an accident, and I'm just scared to death.
I couldn't have hoped for anybody better than Morgan & Morgan. It makes you feel like you're worth something.
It really did feel like family.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Simplify your banking when you open a First Harvest Credit Union growth checking account that gives you easy access to your money for everyday spending while earning as high as 2.0% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to get details and open a growth checking account. And watch your money grow. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-5165. 800-499-5165. 800-499-5165. 800-499-5165.
Now, the big wireless companies want to limit you to two choices when it comes to data, unlimited or unlimited. And guess what? Both are stupidly expensive. Now, stop overpaying for data that you're never, ever going to use. That's like paying for a pot of coffee when all you need is a cup, or filling your entire truck bed full of gas when you only need a tank. Now, with Pure Talk, my cell phone company, you get to choose how much data that you actually want and need. And for example, for $25 a month, you'll get unlimited talk and text, 5 gigs of data, which is more than enough, and they'll include mobile hotspot and roaming in 50-plus countries. Stop overpaying for wireless. Get America's best 5G coverage with Pure Talk. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword SAVE NOW, and do it now. You'll save an additional 50% off your first month. The switch is simple, fast, and easy. No contract to sign, no activation fee, and you keep your phone and your phone number. Pound 250, keyword SAVE NOW, the same service for much less, for about half, from Pure Talk.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you are injured in an accident, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Do you know a veteran in need? Nation's Finest, through the VA's Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, helps veterans and their families struggling with rent, employment, and other housing-related costs. Today, Nation's Finest operates more than 30 locations in California, Arizona, and Nevada, helping thousands of veterans every year. Visit nationsfinest.org or call 1-833-468-9676. That's 1-833-468-9676.
Imagine a world where animals and humans coexist in harmony, where wild animals thrive, habitats are protected, and marginalized communities are empowered. At International Animal Rescue, this is our vision. Our holistic, community-led projects not only rescue animals, but also protect and replenish precious habitats, creating a better future for us all. But we can't do this without you. Show your support now and help keep the wild, wild. Visit internationalanimalrescue.org.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. These days, everything in Philly costs more. But a single line at Verizon doesn't. Get one line for as low as $50 per month when you switch and bring your phone. So, while coffee is definitely costing more, here at Verizon, you can save. And dinner for two has gotten pricey. Verizon, less pricey. Logan Square rent, that's not coming down anytime soon. But Verizon, down. One line for just $50 a month. Limited edition sneakers, through the roof. One line from Verizon, through the floor. That designer golden doodle, so much more, but Verizon, a fair bit less. Even a good old tried and true hamburger will cost you more. But with Verizon, the same tried and true service is now just $50 per month for a single line on unlimited welcome, with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Point is, in a world that is always costing more, you can get more for less right now at a Philly Verizon store.
$15 promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G, 4G, LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, You can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
Of course, we all need to save a little cash these days. Saving money on your utility bills is a great start. Sign up for the CNC Heating and Air Conditioning Maintenance Plan. Minimize the wear and tear of your system and lower your energy bills this winter. If your HVAC needs replacing, CNC makes budgeting for your new system a snap with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts. Start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Take Out the Trash Thursday, October 31st, a.k.a. Halloween. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. A scary good 4 hours ahead as we take you till 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers, on a day in which we will be joined by Kamala Harris.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Wow.
At 8:45.
Shocking.
Yes.
She's making an appearance on this radio program.
That's correct.
Wow.
So, Kamala will not join Joe Rogan. But Kamala will join Toe Rogan at 8:45 today.
Toe Rogan.
That's right. On the Toe Rogan experience on Notify. All right. We have a good show for you. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Halloween.
You were very bright in there today, by the way. You've got, like, high-quality lighting.
Well, that's good.
It's a little different than normal. You're kind of in the shadows usually, but now you've come out to the daylight, it looks like.
Coming out into the light.
Yeah.
Vampire.
Is that a white dress? Is that a white jacket, or is that just the camera, the light?
Hot pink.
Hot pink. I love hot pink. Yeah. Stalker, how you doing, pal?
Hey, buddy. Wow. 7 a.m. yesterday morning. You suggested it, and it happened, didn't it?
And it came to fruition.
It came to fruition. Wow.
So, unlike Steve Kornacki or Harry Enton or any of these big important swing states, I'm ready to call the election right now. Donald Trump has won. Kamala Harris has prepared her secession speech. She's going to concede, and it's ball game, because I said if Trump got in the garbage truck, it would be a wrap, and we will break that down. Also, waste management, total spin mode, total damage control mode for the left, for the Democrats, for the mainstream media after Joe Biden's garbage comments. We'll get to that this morning. Also, a lot of stuff in media that I want to get to today. An ABC affiliate in Pennsylvania, not ABC 6 here, not Channel 6, but another ABC affiliate, during an F1 Formula One race, decided to do what they called a test of election results across the bottom scroll of the television. And I'm just curious as to how they are spinning this, because now they call it a mistake, and the results are interesting. We've got the screenshot. We'll get to that this morning. Also, in Tennessee, a radio company, one of our competitors actually nationally, and a local TV affiliate, a CBS affiliate, are banning a certain Trump ad in Tennessee. We'll talk about that. Late night shows, not funny, the not funny late night shows are targeting Donald Trump at a absurd rate. We'll kick that around. And also, this is very interesting. Half of Gen Z
lies about who they vote for. We'll discuss that.
They lie?
They lie. According to a Axios study and a survey, half of the Utes, the 8% that are actually going to vote, as according to Stalker gave us those numbers yesterday, half of them, they don't tell you the truth when you prompt them to talk about who they voted for. Cut sheet 745 as well.
Can we start, before we get to the news, can we play the video and audio just a little bit?
Trash man?
Of Trump showing up to his Green Bay, Wisconsin rally in a trash truck.
A MAGA trash truck. A Trump truck.
There we go.
We're going to then try and beat the weather out because we have some bad weather coming in. But I just wanted to let you know that 250 million people, that's what I think the real number is for making America great again. 250 million, the real number. They don't think in terms of garbage, okay? They don't use terms like that. And it's a shame. And Joe Biden should be ashamed of himself if he knows what he's even doing. And she should be ashamed because she shouldn't let him do it. She's the vice president, but I assume she's acting as the president. She should never have let that happen. I hope you enjoyed this garbage truck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It's like a white garbage truck with the Make America Great Again.
By the way,
he's got the orange and bright yellow reflective vest.
He should have.
And he kept the vest on during the rally.
He should have gone and done what you suggested. Vivek Ramaswamy actually did it.
Yes.
He actually went around and took garbage out, like put it in the truck.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, showing up there that's funny.
Pretty damn good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he keeps the orange and yellow vest on while he does the rally in Wisconsin. And then Vivek does exactly what I was saying he should do. Although I would argue Vivek, a little bit more free time on his hands. Trump had a rally and the quick turnaround. I mean, honestly, think about that. Now, granted, you're powerful, you're wealthy, you've got these the ability to do this. But I mean, this is an idea that couldn't have been thought up, more than 24 hours before he did that. And all of a sudden, they turn a trash truck around, and it's a Trump truck.
I think as people were listening to Kayal and Company, and they were like, "Hey, we have an idea.
Yeah,
there's an idea.
Yep,
we should do this."
Yes, what a phenomenal moment! I never thought I would see in about a 2-week stretch Donald Trump working a drive-through and then sitting in a garbage truck.
Mickey D's.
Shows you what a dumb election this is.
It's just 2024 is going to go down as, I mean, we live in a world, and I know we got to get to the news, but we live in a world of images, right, and indelible moments, and you're going to think back, I don't know, it could be 2052, and you're going to be like, hey, remember that 2024 election? And you're like, oh, yeah. And you can just look at still shot photos, right? Trump with the fist pump, the blood coming down his face, the handshake with Bobby Kennedy. I mean, seriously, a Republican and a Kennedy in cahoots together. A guy working a McDonald's drive-thru, and then a guy driving a trash truck. Like, take your pick. What is the one image? That should be a poll question. What is the one image you will remember most about this election cycle?
I got to say, for everybody out there saying this is the most important election of our time, there's a lot of showmanship going on.
Times have changed, man.
That's all I'm saying, buddy.
You got to be able to be a showman.
Yep.
You got to be able to sell things in the social media era.
Okay.
It's not 1972 no more. We don't do fireside chats.
I don't disagree with you. You're missing what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that if this is the most important election of our lifetime, and God, the stakes have never been higher.
Life will go on after this, probably.
People are trolling. You know what I mean? Like, people have time to be trolling.
And Trump might be the king of all trolls.
Agreed.
I don't know that anybody got a better troll game than Trump.
Yep.
Very good. Yep. All right, 6:08. Let's get to the news. Never a troll, just an award-winning journalist, the great Dawn Stenzel.
Thank you, sir. Kayal and Company News Live this Halloween day. And I guess we have a lot of Halloween costumes in the campaign. So we are sponsored this morning by Wawa. This morning, a little foggy, and we're about 58 degrees. Foggy but clear, heading up to what could be a record or record-tying temperature of 82 degrees this Halloween. That record, by the way, set back in the mid-1940s, I believe 1946. So in the news this morning, we do have members of Philadelphia's largest city workers union. They have voted to authorize a strike. Looks like they've given Mayor Sherrell Parker 10 days notice about a potential strike, and then they'll determine their next step. We're talking about 9,000 city employees. They represent AFSCME District Council 33. They say they've been working without a contract deal since July. So their union president says that he asked Mayor Parker for higher wages, better benefits, relaxed residency protocols, something that's always a stickler of an issue. But Parker had proposed, we're told, a 1-year contract extension as well as a $50 increase per paycheck without addressing their needs. So they're not happy about it. So 10 days.
1 year and an extra $50 every 2 weeks. Not sure that's going to cut it. I think they're going to have to up that offer a little bit. They're done.
A lot of unions, their contracts are up right before an important election. Working man, and they're saying, show me the money.
SEPTA's, I would argue that SEPTA holds the leverage here, right? I mean, 9,000 individuals. Can you imagine what mass transit would be like in this city if these people strike? First of all, there'll be none. But for the rest of us that are on the roads, they're a disaster as it is. Yeah. Now all these other individuals that don't take bus or train, now all of a sudden having to get into a vehicle, perhaps if they own one, could be a congestion nightmare.
Could be huge.
I would imagine.
We have a follow-up to a story we've talked a lot about. This is a Philadelphia man arrested for allegedly making threats against a staffer at the Montgomery County Republican Committee and its office. So originally this happened October 26th. This is Whitpain Township, and police say that they were called to the Montgomery County Republican Committee there when a staffer reported a man had called the office and was repeating slurs and threats reportedly. And so at this point, they said the suspect threatened to shoot the place up or blow it up. So now Whitpain Township police saying they tracked the call to a man they identify as 39-year-old Edward Seary Jr. from Philadelphia, not from Montgomery County. So arrested and charged with threatening to place weapons of mass destruction, 2 counts of terroristic threats, as well as harassment.
Wow. I mean, Whitpain Township is my specific township in Bluebell. Wow. 39 years old.
Yeah. From Philadelphia, though.
Right.
Not from Montgomery County.
Of course. He works his way into my neck of the woods, and then he wants to make threats.
So this is DA Kevin Steele, who we know, writing in the statement that they're, committed to a fair, safe, free election, and all of Montgomery County law enforcement committed to acting swiftly to investigate any threat of violence related to this election and arrest the individuals involved. So they're saying this defendant, this suspect, who they now have arrested, crossed the line into criminal behavior when he threatened to physically harm this political staffer, threatening violence against a political office.
And I'm just wondering where all the MAGA extremists are. A lot of this rage coming from people presumably on the other side of the political aisle in the direction of Republicans. Remember our unhinged lady on the doorstep with the Ring doorbell cam?
Oh, yeah.
And all these other stories? I'm just wondering where all the MAGA extremists are. They must have vanished. I don't know.
At work.
Yeah.
At work. We work. So Mr. Musk, will he go to Philadelphia City Hall today? The judge overseeing that lawsuit against Elon Musk, the tech billionaire futurist, and yes, Trump supporter,
it's unbelievable.
Or constitutional supporter.
It's unbelievable. Krasner can work quick, fast, and in a hurry when it comes to this.
Something?
But when it comes to the crime and the S-hole nature, yes, I said the letter S, S-hole, S-hole nature of this city, it's like, we need to study things. We need to get to the cultural reason why.
The root cause.
The root cause. Thank you, Nick Kayal.
Yeah.
But with this, it's like, you better show up or we're going to, like, what?
We love our root causes, don't we? AKA, God. I'm just going to waste your time and your tax dollars.
And you guys know me. I'm no Elon Musk apologist, but like he did nothing wrong.
No,
this
of course
is
not.
This is ridiculous.
Of course,
this is absolutely ridiculous.
He's being targeted.
Krasner's just trying to stir up some publicity.
Yeah,
that pot stir.
And he's an a-hole.
Yeah, Bruno mentioned yesterday, where's Jim Kenney been? He just vanished. I can't wait for the day that Larry Krasner vanishes. In fact, I hope they both go to the same deserted island and spend the rest of their days together searching for fish and coconuts like Tom Hanks in Castaway.
I interviewed Hans von Spakovsky yesterday, who's a premier legal expert, and he said this case has no basis.
Yeah, it doesn't. None. It absolutely doesn't. It's all a publicity and a show for our DA, who is asleep at the wheel.
Yep.
For everything else except for trolling Elon Musk.
Right. It's just amazing. You got guys like Elon Musk. You've got Eric Adams in New York. All these guys adored and beloved. And then they speak up or they cross the line. Investigations, raids, the FBI.
And just a reminder that prior to Krasner, it was the DOJ who warned Elon Musk that his $1 million so-called giveaway, his petition, which is you have to sign it if you believe in the Constitution and support the First and Second Amendments. And the letter had specifically said that it might violate federal law.
Yeah.
So not many people, and I've asked a lot of legal experts, including Hans yesterday, nobody's ever really heard of DOJ, writing you a letter to say you might be.
Right.
Because usually if you do, they would, immediately charge you or show up at your house.
Yeah, they have a pretty good batting average, and when they come after you officially, you're pretty much dead to rights. But, we're not really sure, but we're just letting you know that we've got our eye on you.
It's possible. Yeah. Could happen. So the interesting part of this is that we don't know that Elon Musk is going to show up, but the order from the judge, and this is Angelo Foglietta.
Oh, yes.
The order from Judge Foglietta states all parties must be present. So do his
physically present?
That's what it says.
Physically present. Okay.
Physically present. So does that mean his attorneys, or does Elon Musk? So now they have extra security around City Hall. They have to.
Yeah, I wonder how Elon will arrive. Will he come in his Tesla Cybertruck? Will he come and land a space shuttle right in the city?
Garbage truck?
And maybe via garbage truck? I don't know. Maybe Vivek can give him a little bump.
Oh, my gosh. So we'll find out. The Musk attorneys, apparently, what they're fighting to do is to bring this to federal court, because they say this is ridiculous in a city court, because obviously the giveaway is across the country in the swing states, the battleground states.
Obviously.
So we'll check out that one and see exactly what they're doing this morning, as they reportedly all have to head to court. And then one of the headlines that broke yesterday that I'll just headline for you because I know we're going to talk about it. And this is Bucks County. This judge has extended the mail-in ballot application deadline in Bucks County after the Trump campaign and Republicans sued. So this is a reprieve for voters that we've talked a whole lot about, for those early mail ballots that now have until Friday, 5 p.m.
Yes, victory for Republicans.
Yeah, it's only fair.
Yeah, of course it is.
So we'll talk about that. They're blaming, in the media you can hear the explaining already that this is the most cumbersome process in the nation. It takes 12 plus minutes. So you can already hear.
Yeah. They've got all the talking points lined up, right?
This is going on.
Right.
So as I said, we were sponsored by Wawa this morning. Halloween, happy Halloween day. And I should mention as well that the Dodgers did clinch 7-6 over the Yanks.
Los Angeles, your Dodgers have won the World Series.
The Yankees were up 5-0 when I went to bed, and they blew it.
I know.
They effing blew it.
Phil Almquist was alive in our group text, and then all of a sudden something happened, and Phil disappeared.
By the way, Phil, can you run? Apparently, after the Dodgers won in Los Angeles last night, some looting went on. I know you guys are probably shocked about this. Phil, can you run the video?
Yeah, let's see what they're doing in the Big Apple. Oh, no, this is okay.
This is Los Angeles.
Right.
LA.
No, the game was played in New York.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that. All those plywood boards, probably a business board. You got graffiti everywhere.
What did AOC say? They just need bread, right? They just need bread to feed their families.
Right.
Everybody must eat.
Everybody must eat. You're damn right, Dawn. You are exactly
right. And big screen TVs. And look at it. Like, these places have to board up their businesses.
Yeah.
They have to board up their businesses because of animals.
That's right.
Look at these people.
Yeah. Gavin Newsom's got that state on lockdown.
Look at this. Oh, this is ridiculous.
Hideous humans. By the way, the only thing that's worse than this is, have you guys seen in Florida after the hurricane, there are now people that are looting deserted homes that have been ravaged.
Of course.
Like, you lose all of your life's belongings. Perhaps you're planning on coming back after for the cleanup.
It's a sin.
And you've got the biggest scoundrels on earth looting your property.
What we are a scummy people, aren't we?
We really are.
Scummy people.
You thought the French were bad.
Yeah, well, the French are bad, but
I don't know. We're pretty bad too, man.
What is your obsession with the French?
No, they're hideous people.
Stop.
They smell.
By the way,
They grope women.
I don't know if this is going to be a bad luck,
They surrender.
an omen, that Harris is going to be here in Philadelphia on the eve of Election Day next Monday.
Oh.
It's also going to be just a traffic melee for us.
Yeah.
So
right?
on
Next
Monday she's here?
Yep. At like noon.
I say next week we just work remotely through the election week.
No.
Well, why don't we
Stay
just
at
put some? We
home.
could just put some like mattresses in here and have a sleepover.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, Kayal. It's a Kayal and Company slumber party.
I spent enough time with you two.
Yeah.
Wear your PJs.
Yeah. We'll eat ramen noodles out of a cup.
Good.
So the forecast today, your Halloween day, it's pretty incredible. We're looking at 82 degrees, tying a record back from the 1940s, 46. But if it exceeds 82 degrees, then we will set a new record for your Halloween.
And the drought too. Like we're officially in the longest period without a substantial amount of rain.
Yeah, what are we going close to a month?
30 days, yeah.
Wow.
Since it broke the 1800s record.
Okay.
So 82 today, 78 for your Friday tomorrow, and then we're going to drop like a rock. So over the weekend, 62 degrees, sunny skies. Looking at the forecast, even though Friday morning we might see, to Greg's point, we might see Friday morning a little bit of sprinkles in the wee hours of the morning, but nothing that's measurable. The next rain that is measurable at all is 1 week away. It's all the way to next Thursday.
Okay.
Man.
All right. Well,
so
as long as it rains during the middle of the week, I'm fine.
So you can golf?
Yeah, I'm golfing tomorrow at Trump.
Nice.
Are you?
Yeah. Yeah, a couple of our great listeners that took me a couple of months ago were at the West Berlin remote last Friday, and they were like, next Friday, you're coming out. It's on us.
This is awesome.
Like, all right, man.
Well, we are sponsored this morning. Nick's Big Take in just a sec. Got to talk about Wawa because you may have heard that Wawa has pizza.
Pizza.
But did you know that Wawa has pizza at a really great price right now?
Yeah.
So right now you get a personal size 14 or 16 inch Wawa's pizza, just $6, $8, or $10. Gotta have a Wawa. I can tell you, this is good pizza. Gotta have a Wawa. Kayal and Company News Live.
Can confirm, Dawn. I do enjoy it.
It's
and
good.
It's great bang for your buck, no doubt. All right, 6:22. It's probably the latest Big Take of all time. But what the hell? Let's get it going. Thursday morning, let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The Big Take, left-wing waste management. If the Trump campaign, Republican voters and supporters alike were seeking out a get-out-of-jail-free card after Tony Hinchcliffe's joke that didn't land on Sunday night at MSG, well, they found one. Joe Biden calling Trump supporters garbage. It was a ninth-inning gift to Donald Trump and the GOP. As we discussed yesterday on Kayal and Company, the big guy unleashed on MAGA and the Kamala Harris campaign, they have to be shaken up behind the scenes. The White House has tried to walk it back. Karine Jean-Pierre has had to dip into the depths of her binder for excuses, and media outlets and newspapers alike have tried to Biden-splain. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris trying to distance herself from Biden's comments. And the truth is right now, Trump is on offense. Harris is on defense. The Washington Post, which is dealing with their own turmoil, with the following headline, quote, did Biden call Trump supporters garbage? Well, it comes down to an apostrophe. Republicans, they say, have long strained for a new Hillary Clinton deplorables moment, but Biden's defense is entirely plausible. Jeff Bezos, currently the captain of the Titanic, a sinking left-wing newspaper that has gone to hell. They've lost hundreds of thousands of subscribers over the last handful of years with their coverage. And now, according to reports, after failing to endorse Kamala Harris for president, the subscriber cancellation number is now up to 250,000 subscriptions. The joke from Trump's rally is yesterday's news, and Biden's trash front page material. But don't take it from me. Here is what Google is showing. Phil, if you could please post the graphic here on YouTube, you will see the search terms of Puerto Rico garbage and Biden garbage. Puerto Rico in blue on the graph, Biden in red on the graph. Under Google's Trends and Explore tab, you'll see that the Biden remarks are dwarfing Sunday night's MSG rally's joke in search frequency. Translation? That's bad news for the Democrats. But Joe's TV legal team, most notably Joe Scarborough of the Morning Joe program on MSNBC, went into full spin mode in defense of their boy. Here is Joe, followed by other legacy media networks trying to tone it down. Listen and watch.
They're trying to make a firestorm out of something that, again, if you look at it, you look at what he said immediately afterward, which Donald Trump didn't say. He immediately afterwards said, no, that's not what I meant. I was talking about the comedian and people that supported that kind of talk. You know, Joe Biden obviously doesn't believe that.
You know, I'm of the mindset that if you say it, you might as well just embrace it. And I do think that that's a problem for realistically. Like, I do think if he said, listen, yeah, I do mean all those racist supporters of Donald Trump. Yeah, I do think that they're terrible.
By the way, as someone who had a stutter growing up, it's very obvious to me that there's an apostrophe at the end of supporters there. He was referring to the garbage spewed by supporters, not simply the supporters themselves.
Basically calling Puerto Ricans trash.
The most repulsive racial jokes about Latinos.
Disgusting and hateful.
So incredibly crude.
Frankly, just too X-rated to play here.
Extremely vile so-called joke.
Oh, my God, it's too X-rated. You know, it's honestly astonishing that anybody can actually consume that useless, pandering drivel and then parrot those talking points in public amongst other humans in society. Well, it was the apostrophe. Oh, what? No. It was the stutter. Remember, every time Joe gets something wrong, it's the stutter. It was this. It was that. Just shut up and own it. Admit it. Meanwhile, the New York Times with the following headline, as they rush to protect Kamala, headline, Vice President Harris on Wednesday sought to distance herself from President Joe Biden's use of the word garbage. The reality is this, it won't work. Biden and Harris, they're tied together at the hip in policy, in rhetoric, in failures, perhaps also in victory if she's able to beat Donald Trump next Tuesday. But you can't use Hitler as your closing argument in the final 2 weeks of an election and then act like you don't agree with garbage as a term. It's no different than Hillary with deplorables. The binder could be down to her final few weeks as White House press secretary. You know, I'm going to miss her, and I'll miss these moments. Listen and watch.
Can you just address the president's comments yesterday referring to Trump supporter as garbage?
A couple of things. So just to clarify, he was not calling Trump supporters garbage.
The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
Which is why he this is why he wanted to make sure that we put out a statement that clarified what he meant and what he was trying to say.
The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
And so just want to make that very clear for folks who are watching. And I just want to read that out to folks. So he was regarding to the comedian. And I quote, I referred to the hateful rhetoric about Puerto Rico spewed by Trump's supporter at his Madison Square Garden rally as garbage, which is the only word I can think of to describe it. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable. That's all I meant to say. The comments at the rally don't reflect who we are as a nation. And to your question, your other question that you asked, no, he does not view Trump supporters or anybody who supports Trump as garbage. That is not what he views.
The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
Joe Biden has a history of speaking down to MAGA supporters. Remember the angry hellfire and brimstone speech with the red and black backdrop a few years ago? Remember how in the past many times he's tried to split hairs by saying, my good Republican friends, and then, of course, the MAGA faction? I recall it, as do you. But they think we're stupid. So you have this PR nightmare and messaging mess, but also victories yesterday for Republicans at the expense of Democrats. First of all, SCOTUS ruling 6-3 in favor of Virginia and Governor Glenn Youngkin as the state can remove non-citizens from its voting rolls. lifting an order from the halted program by a federal judge. That's a big win for common sense and another victory for election integrity. If you're not a citizen, you shouldn't be able to vote. It's a simple concept. Locally, as the Trump campaign wins a lawsuit in Bucks County after footage showed that the voter lines were being shut down hours early. James Blair saying yesterday, quote, "We just won our lawsuit in Bucks County for extended early voting through Friday at 5 p.m. And if I recall correctly, Uncle Nick said on Tuesday and Wednesday to trust Laura Trump and Michael Whatley. They have a massive legal team in place for situations just like this, 230,000 strong. This is not like Ronna McDaniel. It's different this time around. Relax, let them handle it, stay in line, pull out your phones, provide the evidence, and then trust the process. And I'll end on this positive. Since Trump is playing offense right now and the Harris campaign is backpedaling, CNN's polling analyst Harry Enton with the following good news where he says basically if Trump wins, the writing was on the wall all along. Listen and watch.
Just 28% of Americans, voters, think the country is going in the right direction, is on the right track. And I want you to put that into a historical perspective for you. Okay, what's the average percentage of the public that thinks that the country is on the right track when the incumbent party loses? It's 25%. That 25% looks an awful bit like that 28% up there. It doesn't look anything like this 42% doesn't look anything like this 28%. So the bottom line is very few Americans think the country is on the right track at this particular point. It tracks much more with when the incumbent party loses than with it wins. In fact, I went back through history. There isn't a single time in which 28% of the American public thinks the country is going on the right track in which the incumbent party actually won. They always lose when just 28% of the country believes that the country is on the right track.
Stay positive, keep voting, stay in line, run up the score, do everything you can, and then do what you do best. Show up on election day and hopefully finish the task. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, a big take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. Let it rip in the YouTube chat. We'll come back, get everybody's thoughts and reactions to some of the stuff in the big take from yesterday, including the judge that sides with the Trump campaign right here locally in Bucks County. We're back after this, Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And it is SUV time, right? You know, the weather, it's nice now, but it's going to get cold. We're going to have snow. We're going to have ice. So what about the 2025 Hyundai Tucson? It's the brand's most popular SUV, bold new design with plenty of cargo space, wife, kids, dance bags, groceries, golf clubs. Oh, sorry, that's just my personal life. While its standard all-wheel drive and great gas mileage will keep you prepared for any adventure. It also protects you and your family with a best-in-class safety rating. Check them out today. Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown off of Route 422 or Piazza Hyundai of Westchester right on Route 202. Online anytime where you can check out the 2025 Tucson at piazzahyundai.com.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Choosing the right candidates for any office can be difficult.
My office has lots of drama.
My office has its ups and downs.
I share my office. But no matter what kind of office you have, one thing's for certain. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds the most qualified candidates for your roles fast, and you can invite your top choices to apply. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So, for any kind of office.
I'm really going places in my office.
My office has everything you could ever want.
Count on ZipRecruiter to find the right candidates for it. Try ZipRecruiter for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Oh, a little cowbell, baby. Bruce Dickens. Doesn't this bring back SNL memories? It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Live on this Halloween Thursday, final day of October, baby. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. You can watch us live on YouTube. So we can look at this from two different perspectives. On the national front, Joe Biden and his garbage comments. And certainly locally, Bucks County and nationally, Supreme Court with Virginia. Dawn, your thoughts? I'll give you your choice. You want to go Bucks County? You want to go Supreme Court? You want to go media spin for Joe with all the networks post-garbage commentary? What's standing out to you the most right now?
All of these court rulings are critical because they show us, despite all the rhetoric and all the spin, that the law matters. And so while you see the Associated Press, we talked about that article yesterday, how even the AP, which is, by the way, a news service that most newsrooms across America get. So that's why a lot of times you'll say, well, how do they all say the same thing? Because they're copying and pasting from a news service that they pay for, that they subscribe to, which is the Associated Press. And so a lot of these are saying, well, it's such a cumbersome process here in Pennsylvania. It takes 12 minutes a time and they have to do this and they have to do that. It's the law. That's the bottom line. That's like saying, hey, I got pulled over for speeding and, the officer had to get my license and my proof of my registration. What a cumbersome process. And it took 22 minutes. You know what I mean? we never think to say that, but that's what they're basically saying about Pennsylvania is it's our law.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they should look at it. Maybe they should try to streamline it, like we talked about over the past week, be more like Florida, which has gone through almost 25 years of trying to perfect their process of voting. But the bottom line, it's the law, and the law matters.
You're right.
And so I'm thankful. I'm thankful for the local courts. They did the right thing, giving folks in Bucks County until Friday. And then as well, looking at the Virginia ruling, which, of course, has national ramifications.
Yes,
because
no
it's
doubt.
SCOTUS.
Yep. NBC 10 Philadelphia yesterday with the story, Judge sides with Trump, extends early voting option in Bucks County. So what to know? A Pennsylvania judge has sided with Donald Trump's campaign and agreed to extend in-person voting options in suburban Philadelphia. The order came yesterday after long lines on Tuesday caused voters to complain that they were being disenfranchised by an unprepared election office. Judge Jeffrey Troger said in a one-page order that Bucks County voters who want to apply for an early mail ballot now have until Friday, and neighboring county, Lehigh County, which is basically Allentown and some of Bethlehem, on Tuesday asked the judge to extend the deadline there by one day through Wednesday. The judge agreed to that. In regards to what Dawn is talking about with the Supreme Court, they have allowed Virginia to resume their purge of voter registrations. SCOTUS and the conservative majority yesterday left in place Virginia's purge voter registrations that the state says is aimed at stopping people who are not U.S. citizens from voting. The justices acted on Virginia's appeal after a federal judge found that the state illegally purged more than 1,600 voter registrations in the past 2 months. The federal appeals court had previously allowed the judge's order to remain in effect, and SCOTUS said, no way, no how, bye-bye, you're not allowed. If you're not a citizen, you will not be able to vote. And, we've seen polling numbers where Trump believes that he can win Virginia. I mean, New York, pipe dream, we realize that. I don't think Minnesota's in play. If, we've seen one shock poll in New Hampshire that had Trump up a point. Republican governor, Chris Sununu. Virginia, Republican governor, Glenn Youngkin. So we'll see. But I do think it's interesting because the Pennsylvania Department of State 15 hours ago, this was probably right in the vicinity of when this judge ruled in favor of Trump in Bucks County. They tweeted the following. And I take issue with this from the State Department. We've been monitoring several social media posts and videos over the last day that lacked context or were inaccurate, leading to false narratives circulating online. We're here to provide facts and nonpartisan information about our elections and how they are run, and to do so with legitimate, trustworthy information. Visit vote.pa.gov/fact-check for more information. Now, I did say, look, let's not rush to judgment on every single video or any picture that's posted on social media and just assume that it's voter suppression or disenfranchisement. But the Bucks County story was accurate, right? Like, they were out of line. You can't be shutting down lines at 1:45 and saying that this is a grueling, arduous task when people have until 5 o'clock. So the state is wrong because a judge just ruled in favor of Trump where they said, yeah, the evidence was provided, they were in violation, and they are extending through Friday, close of business at 5 p.m. So you have the state trying to spin one narrative while facts are showing another one. And I think that's irritating, Dawn, because I don't want the government saying something that's not true when, in fact, we have, I don't want to call them citizen journalists, but people out there with smartphones recording what's happening. And then a judge says, you know what? Yeah, you're right. We are extending it until 5 o'clock. And this is on top of what's going on in Michigan now, where there's issues apparently with duplicate ballots. Laura Trump was tweeting about this yesterday in response to a Michigan report where one voter ID with 29 separate votes already were discovered. And you can see the running log of voter IDs. And Laura Trump says the following: our election integrity team received reports of thousands of duplicate ballots in Michigan. We immediately investigated and have confirmed that it was a glitch in the system. These duplicates were not and will not, in capital letters, by the way, will not be counted. We are on it and we are protecting the vote. So I tell you, you talk about Ronna McDaniel. A lot of people glad she's gone. Here's Laura Trump. Here's Michael Whatley. Some people wanted to see Scott Pressler involved formally and officially. Like I've been saying, trust the fact that Laura Trump and Michael Whatley are going to do whatever Ronna McDaniel failed to do in the previous stint. I feel pretty good about it right now. They're on top of it.
Yeah, I would say this, that they react and they pay attention to social media. And so even Michael Whatley he did a video with Delco's Bianca Niello, who, is a friend of mine who we've talked a lot about, who really started this whole thing to say, Val just said, stand in line, stay in line. And so I will say this, although, yes, of course, I give credit for those biggity bigs, the Laura Trump, the Michael Whatleys, but it was really a grassroots citizens movement. All of you, many of you who were calling in.
The Quakertown lady yesterday.
Was Kelly from Quakertown, right?
Yeah.
Take a victory lap, because all of you, as you were documenting this, and that's the important piece of this. So through Friday, and even when you go to vote on Tuesday, here's the lesson learned, that you matter, and your videos and your tangible evidence that you can gather. You were the ones that got the attention of the officials, the Laura Trumps, the Michael Whatleys, the Trump attorneys, who then, presented this to the judge under pressure, and the judge looked at all of it and said, yeah, you know what? This is the right thing to do. But where were the local GOP officials? And this is where I'll push back a little bit, because reportedly this has been going on with the mail-in ballot, the mail-in situation, the applications. This has been going on for about a week, where people were staying in line. And so where were the local GOP officials who were reportedly getting these complaints? You needed to step up. And so here's the nice piece of this. This is the practice run, right? This is just the practice run. Tuesday's the big day.
Yeah, these are all the preliminary fights before the main event. This is the undercard. Well said. 855-839-1210. Donald Trump says, in response to garbage, 9 words. You can't lead America if you don't love Americans. Tim Walz, damage control. We welcome everybody. The fallout from the garbage comment from the big guy as we wrap up the 6 o'clock hour next on Kayal and Company.
You know how important online privacy and security is these days, and that's why I subscribe to Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo. This is a 3-in-1 privacy subscription service which helps protect your personal information from being exploited, by hackers, scammers, and privacy-invasive companies. Plus, it's from DuckDuckGo, so it's legit. I've talked about DuckDuckGo for many years, but this is really, I think, a bonus, if you will, from DuckDuckGo. Now it's a subscription called Privacy Pro. So DuckDuckGo's VPN secures your Wi-Fi connection anytime, anywhere. How many times, I know over the summer, we had stayed in a hotel, actually when I took the boys to the Junior Olympics. So you sign on to somebody else's, Wi-Fi, and do you ever notice, maybe if you have an iPhone or depending on what you have, and it says not a secure connection? So with DuckDuckGo's VPN, that's not going to happen. It secures your Wi-Fi connection anytime, anywhere. Second, it has identity theft restoration. This is huge. If your identity gets stolen, this has happened to me, DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro helps you restore it. And third, personal information removal. Now, this one is going to blow your mind. Have you ever searched your name online and then you notice how many sites are actually selling the information about you? Try it yourself. Privacy Pro is going to help you remove your personal info from those super creepy sites so they can't share or, God forbid, sell it. How cool is that? So get all this, $9.99 a month. And as my listener, you go to duckduckgo.com/1210. You'll get an exclusive 7-day free trial on us. That's duckduckgo.com/1210. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price. Get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Gotta have a Wawa.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend, dentist, and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, and the Bentz Dental Group. With the cooler weather, it's a great time to stop procrastinating. Take care of your dental health. Plus, now's the best time to see a prosthodontist, especially to help with complications as we get older and help prevent major problems. Get the smile you really want. Take control of your oral health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Following is a paid commercial message.
27 years in politics has changed Bob Casey. He's just not the same anymore. In Washington, Bob Casey voted to let biological men compete against our girls in their sports. And Casey introduced a bill to force hospitals to perform sex change operations against their beliefs. Letting men compete against our daughters? Forcing hospitals to perform sex changes? It's just not normal. But that's how liberal Casey is these days. Casey also voted for higher taxes on seniors' Social Security benefits, too. Casey even voted for a bill that could raise out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors. Higher taxes on Social Security? Raising drug costs for seniors? Come on, Casey. It's just not right. Bob Casey's gone way too liberal for Pennsylvania. After 27 years, we need a change. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Mustard. Mustard. Kayal and Company, 6:52. Happy Halloween. It's good to have all of you in here on a Thursday morning. Feels more like May 31st than October 31st. No complaints, though. I'll take it, right? Like, we have to enjoy this. I know we could use a little rain, but, you know, nice when it's 78 degrees. It's like Nashville weather. Beautiful. All right, let's wrap up the hour with this, as the garbage commentary from Joe Biden has everybody in a tizzy. As this is a great headline from Axios. Anxious Democrats fume over gaffe-prone Biden's garbage comment. They say why it matters. The White House has vigorously disputed the interpretation of the quote, saying that it leaves out crucial context, but to many Democrats, The real headache is the inarticulacy that led to the dispute. Lawmakers, speaking under the condition of anonymity, told Axios that the fight currently being waged over the quote is a clear demonstration of why the 81-year-old president has been largely kept off the campaign trail. One swing district House Democrat, speaking anonymously, said, quote, someone needs to park Biden out of sight until after the election. Also, a senior House Democrat said the comment shows why this is, quote, definitely smart to keep Harris out front and not Joe, and that they are, quote, less concerned after Kamala quickly disassociated from it.
She did. Phil, do you have that clip? Can we play it real fast? This is cut 19. Where she completely disavows what Joe Biden says. By the way, Colby Hall from Mediaite calling it her Sister Soldier moment. If you remember that from the 1992 campaign, Sister Soldier was a member of the rap group Public Enemy.
Yes.
And she said something to the effect of if there are any good white people, I've never met them. And Bill Clinton came out and completely disavowed what she said, and a lot of people think that helped win him with the election.
Okay.
Cut 19.
Clip?
So go.
Let's go.
President Biden took his comment last night about garbage.
Listen, I think that, first of all, he clarified his comments, but let me be clear. I strongly disagree with any criticism of people based on who they vote for. You heard my speech last night and continuously throughout my career. I believe that the work that I do is about representing all the people, whether they support me or not. And as President of the United States, I will be a president for all Americans, whether you vote for me or not. That is my responsibility, and that's the kind of work that I've done my entire career, and I take it very seriously.
All right, there she is, Kamala Harris. Dawn, do you think there's any thoughts going through her mind right now where she's saying, hey, Nancy, Barack, Chuck, why don't you guys just grab a big roll of duct tape and shut his mouth and tape him to a chair until November 6th? Right? Like, I mean, he and I said this, tongue-in-cheek yesterday, but wouldn't it be the most diabolical thing of all time if Biden said that intentionally? We know he's not capable of thinking like that at this point, but that's got to be something that the Harris campaign is like, we were all over this Puerto Rico joke thing, and now this it's like a volleyball match or a tennis match, right? Trump is holding serve now, and Trump's back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, but it's also it shows you her inability to pivot and just address this and say, why doesn't she say, you know what? I'm glad that soon he'll be able to retire and with his wife and grandkids and great grandkids.
I mean, honestly, would anybody
just say something like that?
Would it hurt her to really just kind of dunk on Joe and not take the political professional route here?
Just say, I'm glad. You know what? I'm not gonna. His words speak for himself. I don't think he meant that, but you know what? I'm glad that he's a grandpa and great grandpa, and soon he's going to be with his grandkiddies. It'll be the holidays.
Yeah.
And I'm glad he can retire.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, just boom. And then what are you going to say?
Right.
Because that's obviously, what's going on.
Yeah. I would try to distance myself from somebody that's trying to nibble on little kids' feet during trick or treat, but that's just me. By the way, that picture, it really looks like he's like opening up his chompers and chewing on a little Bobby the 2-year-old. Oh, look at this little sucker. Isn't he a cute guy?
For those of us who don't spend our life on X, can you explain what you're talking about?
Oh, so they were...
I'm just kidding.
So is it the White House that does the annual like Halloween trick-or-treat where Joe and Jill or Trump and Melania, they stand out and they do the candy bit, right? Yeah. It's like a photo op, basically. Yeah. Maybe we can have the video for the cut sheet. I think there's a video of it.
Okay.
Oh, we don't have it?
No.
Okay. So we'll save that for 7:45, and you'll see, this is along the lines of, the Joe Biden of the sniffing of women and the inappropriate kisses and the whole things like that. I typically really don't overreact to those because, when you're 78 and you're out to lunch, or you're now 81 and your brain's tapioca pudding, I'm not going to judge him on that. But it's a little cringe, right? So we'll play that. Phil, if you could grab that for 7:45. A lot of people saw this last night, and of course, they want to get their pot shots in on Joe before he gets out of office.
President and the leading panda.
Yeah, and by the way, in the video, and we'll break down the video, it didn't look like Dr. Jill unless she was dressed up as something else.
She's the panda.
She's the what?
Panda.
The panda what?
She's dressed up as a
She's
panda.
in a panda suit.
Is that like from a movie or a TV show, or she's just randomly an animal? I'm just looking.
I'm not making this up, you guys.
All right.
She's in a giant
I didn't
panda.
Was Joe dressed up? Because
No.
I didn't notice Joe really wearing any costume. He was just dressed up as a president. So we'll get to that coming up in hour number 2. Also, by the way, we got to play this for you. Sean Farish did an ad for a local business in Tennessee, and it is now being censored on television and radio. Our boy, Sean Farish. We got to play this, and he's going to join us tomorrow to give us his side of things. But this is a stunning development. Now, I don't know if this falls under the same rules like DeSantis, where he was trying to block an abortion ad, and of course you can't do that. We've talked about it. Kamala ads, Trump ads, they all have equal opportunity to run on a media outlet. I'm not sure what the rules are in Tennessee. We'll get to the story, and we will play you the video coming up a little bit later before we get to the cut sheet. But Don will have some news to kick off hour number 2, and we will do that on the other side. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out. I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything. Have you tried shopping jewelry television? JTV? I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different. JTV has thousands of jewelry styles. Artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax? Yes. Another round? Yes.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
We know you're uncertain about psychics. Is this fortune teller you found on a forum legit?
Your one true love is...
me! That's why California Psychics reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. We guarantee, if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle, and their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue Supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store, ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. Or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
I'm Tahisha Way, New Jersey's Lieutenant Governor, with a message for New Jersey voters. You have 3 voting options in the general election. Vote in person on Election Day, Tuesday, November 5th. Vote early in person Saturday, October 26th through Sunday, November 3rd. Or apply for, complete, and return a mail-in ballot. Whatever you choose, vote by 8 p.m. on Tuesday, November 5th. Details at vote.nj.gov.
See Joe Conklin with Norm Clark and Vince Valentine at the Sellersville Theater, Saturday, November 2nd.
Joe is awesome. Wonderful. Excellent.
Show was awesome. Merrill Reese was really funny. I thought the Charles Barkley stuff that he did was funny.
I actually looked him up online. I was kind of scared. Oh, I thought it was great. My cheeks are still hurting from laughing.
I just got here. I didn't say it, but I heard it was great.
That's Conklin with Norm Clark and Vince Valentine at the Sellersville Theater, Saturday, November 2nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
You love your city, but let's be honest, the commute, not so much. That's where the free Odyssey app can help. Download the app and follow your local news station so you can get the latest traffic reports or find if your train is on time before you walk out your door. Knowing all this gives you time to think about the essential things, like, do I have time to get coffee? Download the free Odyssey app and search your local news station. That's AUDACY.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, we'll do it live. Who's watching me?
Yes, Kayal and Company, hour number 2, Halloween Thursday. And yes, it does feel like somebody's always watching me and Dawn and Greg, because it's you. And you're on YouTube, and you're watching the show. And if you're not there, get on over, because we've got a lot of videos and graphics that we want to show you after the news. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up, 7:45. Kamala Harris, a.k.a. our girl, Esty, coming up at 8:45. Since Joe Rogan and the real Kamala cannot come to terms on a podcast, I will be Toe Rogan, because Sean Farish says that Joe Rogan looks like a toe. So, I did the whole Jake Tapper fake strapper bit last week. I'll try to be Rogan today, and we will have the conversation with Kamala Harris, which could go very, very bad or very, very well. Have that dumb button ready, Stalker.
I can't wait.
It's going to be good.
Yeah,
Looking forward to that.
Yep.
All right, let's get to the news, and then we're going to get to your calls, and then how an ad that our buddy Sean Farish voiced and performed is being silenced and censored in Tennessee, both on radio and television. We'll play that for you coming up shortly. But let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:07, the great Dawn Stensland.
Let's talk about it. In the news this morning, we are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. 58 degrees, some fog in the region, heating up to an 82-degree lovely day for your trick-or-treating and Halloween. In the news this morning, yes, members of Philadelphia's largest city workers union voting to authorize this strike. More than 9,000 city employees represented by AFSCME, this is District Council 33, working without this contract deal since July. Union president says that he has asked Mayor Parker for higher wages, better benefits, relaxed residency protocols, and that, in fact, Parker's proposed 1-year contract extension and a $50 increase per paycheck without addressing their needs is not enough. So they are giving the Parker administration a 10-day notice about this potential strike, and then they will determine next steps. The judge overseeing the lawsuit against Elon Musk is ordered, we're told, by the judge in this case to appear. All parties must appear. That's the quote. And so many expecting that Elon Musk will have to appear at City Hall in court today. This is not a federal case. It's a specific Philadelphia case. And that's the problem that Musk's attorneys have with it. They say this should be in a federal court, does not belong in Philadelphia City Hall in a courtroom locally. But what's at issue here is that Krasner claims in his suit that America PAC and Musk are, quote, indisputably violating Pennsylvania's statutory prohibitions against illegal lotteries and deceiving consumers. Musk's attorneys have said in no way is this interference with the integrity of elections, and that he has every right to do this giveaway of $1 million if you sign a petition that supports the First and Second Amendments. So here's the deal, 10 o'clock this morning.
Kayal and company reached out to Elon last night for commentary, and he did provide us one quote.
Go yourself.
Yeah, pretty much. You think he joins via Zoom today, or maybe he tries to attend it via Spaces on X?
Yeah, I don't know how that works, because
zero chance he's showing up.
I mean, his attorneys show up and they are his representatives. They are increasing security, but why would you want that?
Right.
With everything going on.
I'm wondering where he actually has been in the last 24 to 48 hours. If he's been in Pennsylvania, then, now granted, I mean, he could get from the West Coast, to Philadelphia in 9 seconds, his own private chartered flight, the whole bit. But, if he's been on the, campaign trail, so to speak, for Trump, he wasn't in Wisconsin last night, was he? I didn't see him at the Green Bay rally, so I'm wondering where he is physically at.
I mean, I know every time I look online, I mean, yes, he was traveling across the country in the Carolinas, but then at the same time, he's in Texas.
Yeah.
With his big rocket launches.
Big rocket.
He's got a big rocket.
Right, he does. Not a little rocket, a big rocket.
Big rocket man.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I wonder, too, if crowds will assemble this morning outside City Hall in hopes that they get a glimpse of Elon Musk.
Yeah, possible.
Possible.
I would say he's been the biggest rock star of all of the converted, between Tulsi and Bobby. Elon's had probably the most impact.
100%. So we do have a headline this morning, and just headlining this for you, and we do want to get to the great pumpkin patch story, but Vice President Kamala Harris saying that she had an urgent message for South Central Pennsylvania voters in the home stretch of this election. And she said, ours is a fight for democracy. So she was at the Pennsylvania Farm Show Complex and the Expo Center in Harrisburg. And this was, I believe, her first visit to this area specifically since actually becoming the presidential nominee, because we forget, because it feels like a year this summer.
Right.
But in all honesty, she has not been the nominee for very long.
No, and technically she was never nominated. She was installed.
Yeah, so after the installation, if you will, this is her first time at the farm show or in central Pennsylvania in general. So what happened? She gave the speech, but it was disrupted by a group of pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel protesters.
I'm speaking.
Yeah.
I love that.
That's what she said. I mean, she said everybody has a right to be heard, but right now, I am speaking.
Have you noticed this? This has been a consistent pattern here where she is, and I'm always careful with when I see these, because I see them on social media, and you can easily have some slapnuts out there that dubs in somebody like speaking in the background, and then but apparently these are authentic and not tinkered with at all.
Let me play it, Phil. Can you pull up cut 2 here? This is Kamala Harris. Where was she? She was in North Carolina, right?
No, this is it here in Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
Pennsylvania Farm Show.
I'm sorry.
So this is what? Is this York?
Never mind that.
Is this York County?
It's Harrisburg. It's the Expo Center.
Okay. Okay.
Interesting.
Yep.
Interesting that this late in the game she's still getting heckled.
Yes. Yes.
Because she was heckled yesterday in North Carolina.
Yeah, yes. That's a pattern. I've seen it.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I don't know.
On the other hand, Donald Trump's answer to financial pressures is for you to face the same deal. Here's the thing. Let me say something. We are 6 days out of an election. We are 6 days away from an election.
6 days.
Ours is about a fight for democracy and your right to be heard. That is what is on the line in this election.
Look at the face.
That is what is on the line in this election. Look, everybody has a right to be heard, but right now I am speaking.
There it is. There's the Mike that originated with Mike Pence. Remember, folks?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
I am speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Is America listening?
Well, we're listening. We just don't comprehend. We're having an interpretation problem because you got to get the word salad fork out to figure out what the hell she's trying to say.
So that one making headlines this morning. We do have a serious story with a Philadelphia man arrested now, under arrest, accused of making these threats against a staffer at a Montgomery County Republican committee and its office. This is a Kayal Company News follow-up for you. It all started October 26th. It was midday, right before lunchtime. This is Whitpain Township, and police say they were called in to the Monco Republican Committee office there. A staffer reported this was disturbing, and we reported the staffer. This was frightening, a frightening situation where this person was threatening, according to the authorities, to shoot the place up or blow it up. So now Whitpain Township Police say they tracked that call to 39-year-old Edward Siri Jr., who is from Philadelphia, is not a suburban resident, is not from Montgomery County where this occurred, but rather is from Philadelphia. So he is under arrest. He's charged with threatening to place weapons of mass destruction, as well as 2 counts of terroristic threats, as well as harassment. DA Kevin Steele speaking out very strongly, saying they're committed to fair, safe, free elections, and that all law enforcement committed to acting swiftly to investigate any threat of violence.
Yeah, something you never expect to see in your own little township, and that is technically my township, Whitpain Township, population of 37 people, and we got a guy threatening to bring in WMDs.
Yes, well, I mean, kudos to law enforcement.
Yeah.
And it's an example of a district attorney who's dedicated to acting quickly, investigating, and then sweeping somebody off the street who's accused of threatening, with weapons of mass destruction.
And Kevin Steele's Democrat. We've had him in the studio before for I think it was leading up to the first bike ride?
I think so.
It was. Yeah.
Yeah, because the DA's office had a bunch of guys and gals that were riding.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
So good example of a good DA there. Speaking of district attorneys, we'll take you to DA Larry Krasner.
Bad DAs.
Good, bad. But in this case, Elon Musk ordered by a judge overseeing the lawsuit by Krasner and Elon Musk's $1 million giveaway to those registered voters who do sign a petition supporting the First and Second Amendments that we've talked about. So originally, I reported to you this case was supposed to go to court in Philadelphia this Friday. In fact, the judge has bumped it to today. So this is 10 o'clock today. I don't know the reasoning fully behind why they wanted to change it from tomorrow to today, but they bumped it up from yesterday. So this was, Krasner has said that he could still consider criminal charges against Musk, saying that Krasner, the DA of Philadelphia, is tasked with protecting the public from both illegal lotteries and interference with the integrity of elections.
You know, he's just salivating over the opportunity to put this on his resume, right? Like, you know, this guy doesn't want to prosecute any crime. He's a cop's worst enemy, yet he would love to be able to put up a skin on the wall for Elon Musk, would he not?
Yes, sir. I mean, I think that's what it's all about.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Krasner Institute said America PAC, which is Musk's, PAC, that it violates Pennsylvania statutory prohibitions.
Would he be doing this if Elon Musk about 6 months ago decided to get involved with the Democrat in a campaign? I would say zero chance. If this whole $1 million thing with the petition was under Kamala Harris's campaign and his PAC was aligned with Kamala, do we think Larry Krasner is calling Elon Musk and saying, get into my courtroom today? Yeah, I'd say 0% chance.
And Musk is, the richest person in the world, right? Great attorneys, no doubt. So is this a gamble? You're talking about a lottery, I guess, for Musk, but is this a gamble for Krasner? Taking on somebody like Elon Musk, his attorneys are saying, first of all, they're pushing immediately to get this into a federal court and take it out of a city court.
Mm-hmm.
So will this in the end be a bad look for him? I don't have the answer for that. Does it violate a city law, a state law, a federal law?
It'll just fall on party lines. Democrats will be encouraged. They'll enjoy it. Republicans will be against it.
So another story that is making headlines and went viral is President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, who dressed as a giant panda with a bow on her head, hosted a trick-or-treating event on the White House South Lawn. And this was their very last time that they would host a Halloween party. So the First Lady had participated in the National Zoo's big announcement earlier this year that pandas would be returning to Washington.
So here she is. You're watching a video on YouTube. So it's not the Kung Fu Panda like the Jack Black movie series. I'm just wondering the significance of the panda.
Because the National Zoo remember there was a story that China was pulling their pandas because there was a, I don't know, tiff.
Wasn't there stories of zoos that had fake pandas? They were like other animals kind of decorated up to look like real pandas. They were misinformation pandas is what they were. They were disinformation pandas, actually. Fake pandas. Look at this.
So I think that this was part of the celebration that pandas will return to the National Zoo.
Here comes the nibble dawn. Watch this. If you're watching on YouTube, I think this is the kid. Oh, no, it disappears. All right.
So she was adding to the educational theme. It was called Hallow Read to help encourage reading and to celebrate that she had been a teacher for 40 years. And so earlier in the day, she had read a short story about spooky pumpkins.
My wife's a Philly girl.
And she and the president, hosting this event here as he was in a suit and tie.
Yeah.
And, by the way, those were Hershey Kisses, the chocolates that he was giving out.
Hershey Kisses, very low energy on the candy scale. I'm not a Hershey Kiss fan. I'm more of a peanut butter cup kind of guy.
A Reese's?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't do the Hershey Kisses. It's still better than candy corn, though. Candy corn is just the worst. I mean, stop with the candy corn. Nobody likes that.
So there were, some jokes about this where she was dressed as the panda and
by the way, too,
with the candy.
Awfully warm for Halloween. So she was sweating her keister off in that costume.
It makes me wonder, remember back in the day when the Easter Bunny dressed in a full furry Easter Bunny outfit was leading the president?
Yeah, that was Easter of 2021 or 2022, I believe.
So was she the Easter Bunny?
Yeah, she might like just dressing up as animals. I don't know.
What's
Democrats are into weird things. I don't know.
So that was a cute little story, but I hope that nobody has kids dressed in a furry animal costume today because it's going to be quite hot, quite steamy for a Halloween. Lovely to be out trick or treating. As this Halloween day, we're looking at 82 degrees for your high. And then even tomorrow, we remain, it's really a beautiful week, sunshine. We will have tomorrow morning a little bit of rain a little bit. Nothing measurable for another week, I will point out. So enjoy it. We're 57 degrees right now, and it's a little foggy out there. But yeah, for your Friday, 78 degrees and sunny. The weekend, 62 degrees. I'm just going to point out to you, here's the weird thing. And by the way, remember the clocks to fall back your clocks.
Is that this weekend?
Yeah, it's this weekend.
Oh, God, I hate that day. Oh, I hate it.
So, and then next week, though, we're still heating up to, by midweek next week, we're still in the mid-70s to next Wednesday is 78 degrees.
All right.
So it's, we're coming into November here and still this warm weather. The measurable rain looks like next Thursday, so keep watering that lawn. We are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. Unleash the all-new Acura ZDX for $389 a month, 27 months, including $4,000 loyalty conquest offers, plus complimentary charging bundles. So visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop PiazzaAcura.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Your calls let me start with Gary. He's in Monmouth County, New Jersey, and he's on Talk Radio 1210. Gary, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, Nick.
Good morning.
The breaking news here is you just accused Joe Biden of being a furry.
That's true. I mean, she was dressed up as a panda.
Yep.
That is the definition of a furry.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. So, to touch on what Greg said earlier about this being Kamala's sister soldier moment, the big difference in that is Bill Clinton didn't spend the week prior blasting his opponent as being an awful white guy, where Kamala just spent a week blasting Trump as being a Hitler and a Nazi and a fascist, which basically blasts all his followers.
That's correct.
First of all, I didn't say it was her sister soldier moment. I was reading from an article by Colby Hall in Mediaite. He said it, not me.
I understand that. You touched on that. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
you're
there's
right.
a big difference in the two.
Yeah, and Gary, and that's what I said in the big take this morning. You can't sit there and try to say for 2 weeks in your closing argument that Trump is Hitler, and then all of a sudden try to distance yourself from a comment like garbage. Now, in theory, being honest, you can, because Joe said it, Kamala didn't say it, but we know what Kamala thinks of Trump-supporting Republicans, right? It's as clear as day. It's the same tired, stale playbook of the last 8 or 9 years. So I'm with you, Gary. And the difference, too, is in that clip that I played of Morning Joe that then morphed into CNN and the other networks, they're talking about how Kamala distanced herself, and Joe also in the White House are saying, well, it was actually out of context, and they say that Trump never apologized. Trump doesn't have to apologize. Trump didn't say it. Trump didn't make the joke. The comedian made the joke. And we talked about that yesterday as well. Let me get quickly Ed in Delran, who says he'd like to ride on the Trump trash truck. Eddie.
Woo.
Oh, absolutely I would. And let me tell you what. I named Joe Bite Me perfect because he's biting little kids' feet. So I everything this guy does come back to bite you, you know.
The bigger question is, what are you biting on right now? Sounds like you're eating. What are you chomping?
Oh, I am. I was eating breakfast while I was on hold with you. I didn't even finish it yet. It's good, let me tell you.
Yeah, what are you having? That's what the people really care about.
I had eggs, scrambled eggs soft, deep fried home fries.
Oh, nice.
Some rye toast.
Yeah,
because you guys are always doing your most. Should I boast?
Brother, I got to run. I'm late for a break. It was good to see you last Friday for the first time.
Awesome it was. I had a great time.
Thank you for coming. There he is, Ed in Delran, and he's also going to take a Lipitor after breakfast as well. All right, we'll come back. We got to get to a little hors d'oeuvre, a little appetizer of the cut sheet. Our boy Sean Farish is being silenced on radio and television in Nashville. And I know both of these media outlets specifically because I worked in the building and I appeared on one before when I was in Tennessee, and I'm actually shocked that they would do this. We'll get to that. Coming up next, it's Kayal & Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We're off to paradise once again, the Italian Riviera, this time on a gastronomical event that only Conservative Tours can deliver. Join me for 11 luxurious days with the professionals from Conservative Tours, the best tour operator in Italy. Trust me on this one. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Portofino, Rapallo, Santa Margherita Ligure, Tuscany. And the brilliant Cinque Terre, 5378. And yes, that includes your airfare, 5378. Dining events at wineries in Tuscany. And we're going to toast Romina and Lorenzo, our friends, visiting an authentic farm to see how Parmesan cheese is crafted by hand. Just call toll-free 888-733-9494. I would recommend you go to conservativetours.com, conservativetours.com. Scroll down, you see my name, my picture, and the full itinerary, a lot of pictures of these beautiful places, hidden Italian villages that you've never seen, like Giacomo Puccini, San Gimignano, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, Florence, yes, Michelangelo's Florence, Milan, and then we will conclude on the Lakes region with Bellagio, Orta, and Isola Bella. Yes, Cinque Terre. Yes, I'll see you there. Conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I have a challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
They don't call her confiscation Kamala for nothing. Don't take it from us.
And I support a mandatory buyback program.
A mandatory buyback program? That means the government forcing you to turn in your firearms. To what lengths would Kamala go? Well, she doesn't even support the individual right to own a firearm.
I'm prepared to take executive action and put in place a ban on the importation of assault weapons into our country.
We get it. Sometimes it's tough to understand what she's talking about. But on the Second Amendment and your rights, confiscation Kamala has been crystal clear. Her gun control agenda comes straight from that petri dish of bad ideas that is California. She can claim to be a gun owner all she wants, but we all know she's the same anti-gun California radical she's always been. Don't be left defenseless. Defeat confiscation Kamala. Vote Trump like your life depends on it, because it does. NRA Political Victory Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. NRAPVF.org.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Under the October with the steamboats, ancient goblins and wallows come at the grand light making a sound. The smell of death is all around. And at night when the cold wind blows, no one cares nobody knows. I don't wanna be buried in a pet cemetery.
7:32, Kayal and Company. It is a Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet 745, 752, 757. We'll get to it.
Whenever we get.
Whenever we get to it, we'll get to it. You'll be there. We know that. Big shout out to this audience. You guys are incredible. Another great month for Kayal and Company. Another phenomenal October. Can't give you too many specifics, but some are saying it's the best of the era.
Well, I mean, I can. You know, you don't have to, but I can. It's the, you know, we always go year over year. That's, you know, that's what they say in the biz. But it's not fair to go back to October of 2023 because it's a non-election year. We have more listeners during election year, so you have to go back to election year. So we went back to 2020, 2016. And 2012, that's as far back as I can go. 2009 is about as far back as I can go. And it's the best October for an election year that we've ever had. By the way, guys, another good month amongst all adults. So thank you to the Kayal and Company audience. Thank you, everybody. You know, we try really hard. We do this job, and it is, we wake up at the
crack of dawn.
The butt crack of dawn.
Yes.
And, you know, we really put our heart and souls into the show, and we really appreciate it. So thank you, everybody, for rewarding us with loyalty.
Yeah, with your time spent listening.
Thank you.
I saw the ratings email yesterday. I was like Tim Walz coming out at a rally. I was clapping. I was going like my arms were gyrating. I was like Ellen DeGeneres or Richard freaking Simmons. So I was very happy with that. Thank you very much, and thanks to everybody that contributes on this show, whether it's on a daily basis or with weekly appearances. The Sean Farishes of the world, the Tony Brunos of the world, Esty, who will be joining us at 8:45. Also, by the way, speaking of unbelievable responses, we are actually getting phone calls like at our receptionist desk for our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight program, where this time we are asking you to nominate a local World War II veteran to be featured on the show the week of November 11th. The receptionist probably can't do a whole heck of a lot with that.
Yeah.
So go to the website like we've been asking you to do.
Yeah, Skylar is our lovely receptionist, and I saw her in the elevator yesterday, and she goes, "Are you guys doing some sort of contest or something?" And I said, yeah, it's not really a contest, but we're having listeners nominate World War II veterans for Veterans Day week for our Veteran Spotlight, courtesy of Window Nation. And she goes, "They're all calling me." So we appreciate it. But just go to 1210WPHT.com. All the information is there. 1210WPHT.com. All the information is there. But thank you for everybody who's taking time to do this.
Yes. Army, Navy, Marines, Coast Guard, nurses, service pilots, medical staff, anybody that would qualify for World War II. 1210WPHT.com. It's all brought to you by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. All right, so let's get to some Southern censorship, shall we? As our buddy Sean Farish apparently was asked by a Tennessee retailer called D.T. McCall and Sons to endorse their company and do a 30-second television and radio ad. So according to the Tennessee Star, which I would say is like the New York Post to the New York Times, the Tennessee Star is, you know, kind of the right version of the mainstream paper in Nashville and Middle Tennessee. I forget what they call it, but it's owned by the USA Today. So there's you have all these radio companies, right? Odyssey, you have iHeart, you have Cumulus, and the Cumulus cluster is a group of stations that has sports. It's actually a lot like Odyssey here in Philadelphia. They have a big-time sports station called 104.5 The Zone, and they have a version of what we do here on Talk Radio 1210. It's called Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
No, so they're on FM?
So they're on FM.
Sorry.
One more time. Yeah, they're on FM.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Clear my throat.
And also in Nashville, The equivalent of CBS 3 Philadelphia is News Channel 5, which is the CBS affiliate in Middle Tennessee and Nashville. And I used to appear on Fridays for a college football segment on that channel. So I'm a little surprised that this is playing out the way it is, where Cumulus Media, as well as News Channel 5, are refusing to air the Trump-inspired ads for Tennessee retailer D.T. McCall's. We're going to give you some of the details in a moment, but I do want to play you this clip. This is actually, I believe, the television ad, and it's our boy Sean Farish doing his Trump impersonation, promoting this business, right? So take a listen and watch this clip.
My fellow Americans, I was this close to wasting $200 on hidden charges at the lumber yards. These are sick people. Until I saw this beautiful ad from my friends at D.T. McCall's. They're great. They're not going to charge you for any of your hoses or cords or haulaways. The lumber yards are going to rip you off. How the hell are you supposed to use a dryer without a cord? Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Go visit my friends at D.T. McCall's and stop the hidden charges on day one, believe me.
How great is that? I mean, that's hysterical. Yeah. I have no idea if Sean's compensated for that, whatever it is.
Definitely is.
I would hope so, because it was damn good. Yeah. But A.J. McCall is the owner of the Tennessee Appliance Company, and he told the Tennessee Star on Monday that Cumulus Media, the radio company, declined to run the commercials on its Nashville radio station, even after McCall had the ads modified to include a disclaimer clarifying that Trump did not personally lend his voice to his company for the ads. Quote, I found a Trump impersonator that sounds really exactly like Trump. He made some ads for us. Cumulus will not run them. We put a disclaimer at the end. Cumulus still will not run them. And this also played out with News Channel 5. Now, I mean, I don't know what the disclaimer sounds like, but I mean, put it in the beginning, put it at the end. This in no way has the endorsement of Donald Trump, has nothing to do with the Trump campaign, has nothing to do with MAGA Inc. This is an impersonator. Put whatever type of, because obviously when we play you the ad, the TV ad, you can see that's not Donald Trump. Now, you might think that because Sean's so stinking good at doing Sean actually does Trump better than Trump does Trump, which is remarkable. Yeah. But now, if you play the ad on the radio, maybe it's a little confusing. But if you put a disclaimer, why would you reject that? Now, I don't know
because
what
they don't
want to
get sued. They don't want to get sued. I mean,
but doesn't the disclaimer protect you from a suit?
No, because they're what they're saying is that if you're listening to that, obviously if you're watching it, it's not Trump. But like if you're listening to it on radio, okay, you could think that Trump is endorsing this furniture company.
All you have to do is go, this is a Trump impersonator, and speed it up.
The following is parody only.
Yeah, and this is a Trump impersonator. Like they speed it up.
Right,
impersonator.
Yes,
that's all you have to do. They're doing this because it's good, and they're using a Trump impersonator, and they don't want to. They don't want to promote Trump.
You see a conspiracy around every corner.
Well, but here's the worst part of this. This is Super Talk 99.7 is the same format we do. So this is not like an ad that's running on mainstream. Well, the TV would be mainstream media, but this is a conservative talk station. It's a blowtorch station. I'm surprised that Cumulus, and I don't want to get into the weeds with other companies, but like
I can guarantee you, we probably wouldn't run a commercial like that either here.
So if we were to, if we took that
you can't use somebody's voice.
What about Joe Conklin? They air Conklin commercials all the time.
Yes,
and he does really good.
He's promoting him. He's promoting himself.
Doesn't matter.
It's not like you're basically saying that Donald Trump does this.
For D.T. McCall's.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So they're just looking out for.
Okay, so I'm genuinely asking because I don't know the answer. Has Conklin ever used a voice to promote a business that aired on WIP? Or
Yes, he's done commercials with stuff.
You know that for a fact, Don?
Let's look it up. Absolutely.
Play the tape. Play the tape. Play the tape.
I just always thought that, and we hear these all the time, right? Like there's disclaimers at the end of a FanDuel read. There's disclaimers at certain lotteries and things like that. I thought the whole point, and again, what do I know? I went to law school for 88 days, so I don't know everything by all means. But I thought the disclaimer was the point of the disclaimer is to protect you from liability and a lawsuit.
You could even do it before and after. You go, the following is impersonator Sean Farish.
Yeah.
Nashville's own.
And I'm also surprised too, and how hard would this be? Especially considering Farish has a relationship with the Trump campaign. You just go to the Trump campaign and say, hey, I'm doing this. And it's not like you need Donald Trump's approval. You just run it by one of his handlers. And I'm sure they look at their legal team and they say yes or no. How hard is that?
They don't have to do that because he's an impersonator. All they have to do is do a disclaimer. The following is an impersonator hired by blah, blah, blah company.
Look, I'm not, I'm the biggest Sean Farish fan around. So, there's nothing against. No, I love his impression. We have him on every week.
But you're thinking it from a corporate side.
I'm just telling you from the corporate side what they're thinking. I'm not saying I agree with it either. Yeah. I'm just telling you that they're looking out for it as they don't want to be sued for copyright infringement of
the Trump brand.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. I mean,
Make America Great Again brand.
It's nothing against Trump. I just believe that they were like, well, we don't want to take a chance because Sean sounds exactly like.
Oh yeah, and I can totally envision these meetings in the conference room where they weigh the pros and the cons and they punt on it. I understand what you're saying.
Friday, Sean told us about a different company that they had to put a disclaimer and he said it was such a big compliment to him.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think that's why I think there's more to it, and I think that what it is that it's a really cute impersonation and a cute idea that is positive for the real President Trump, and Cumulus doesn't like that.
Right.
That's what I really believe.
Lastly, if you're on YouTube, stay tuned for this. I think we have the video. We can play this for you maybe in the cut sheet, but we'll just do it as a graphic, as a tease. So 16 ABC, WNEP, is the ABC affiliate, I believe in central Pennsylvania. I think it may be from Williamsport down to south central Pennsylvania. Relatively a big affiliate, not like 6 ABC, but apparently they mistakenly aired. And Phil, you can throw up the graphic now. If you look at the bottom, we call that the crawl, the scroll, the ticker, the bottom line, where news. You see these a lot of times on sports channels where the scores scroll across. So during a Formula One race, and remember this, folks, Kamala Harris, when she told us what she's about, she has Glocks. She is a big fan of Formula One racing, and she likes vinyl records. Remember that? So the election results for Pennsylvania scrolled across the bottom during a Formula One race. And you might say, well, what do you mean the election results? The election hasn't come and gone yet. So ABC had to then come out and say it was a mistake as they were testing the technology during the Formula One race. And they show, for those that are not watching, you have the blue D and the red R, and you have Harris on top, Trump on the bottom. They have Harris, and they say this is just a simulation. Harris winning Pennsylvania by 5 points, 52% to 47%, with 100% reporting. Harris, 3.29 million votes in PA. Trump, 2.99 million votes in Pennsylvania. I just wanted a lot of people saw this yesterday on social media and were wondering how that could actually be a mistake, why that would come across the live telecast, why are you testing things like that? And oh, by the way, why are you just automatically doing a random sample where Kamala wins by 4? Why couldn't it have been Trump by 3?
They have it on their page that these test results for the upcoming November 5th election mistakenly appeared.
Yeah.
This was early Sunday evening during a broadcast Formula One Mexico Grand Prix. Those numbers should not have appeared, they say, on the screen.
That's
and it was an error by WNEP.
It's just like the affidavit, not the affidavit, it's just like the indictment that went out in Fulton County. Remember when, no, that's just the mock template, right? Yeah. Remember
they were randomly generated test results, Nick.
Yeah.
Random. It's just random.
This was, and they also did McCormick and Casey, right?
Oh, did they?
And they put McCormick winning.
No.
Yeah. I believe I saw that.
And isn't that the scenario that you threw out that you could see happening?
Wasn't that in the video? Wasn't that in the video you sent last night?
I have not actually watched the video. I want to react to it in real time on the cut sheet, and maybe we could play that when we come back and we get the cut sheet started around 7:58.
WNEP regrets the error and apologizes for any confusion. We have taken steps to ensure it does not happen again. So they apologize for any confusion. They should apologize for screwing up.
Yeah. Just remember, just keep those numbers when we play it again. Write those numbers down, and let's compare those numbers to the actual real results on election night once Pennsylvania is officially called.
That's embarrassing.
We'll do see how accurate that little simulation actually is.
Yeah, I think we have the video. We can play it next, and I think they had McCormick winning too. But I think that I don't know. This whole thing is just you're right.
Bad look, right?
I don't trust it. I think it's. Yeah.
All right, Kayal and Company. What's on the cut sheet is coming up next.
But first, and the NBA is back in FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casinos, America's #1 sportsbook. Wants you to catch all the action right now. FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do is catch every tip-off and buzzer beater. And place a $5 bet on the NBA and get 3 months of the NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to make every moment more this season. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. After 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The following is a paid commercial message.
A lot of congressmen talk about real results, but Brian Fitzpatrick actually delivers for real people like Tom.
I believe that Congressman Fitzpatrick does have his finger on the pulse, does feel the needs of businesses, and recognizes what small businesses mean to Main Street America.
Janice.
I would say 100% that I support Brian Fitzpatrick for Congress. I know that he has our interests at heart. He's just really a man of great integrity.
And Pete.
Congressman Fitzpatrick is very responsive, especially to veterans' needs. I can't think of any other person I'd rather see as my congressman than Brian Fitzpatrick.
Delivering for Pennsylvania. That's Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick. Vote on or before Election Day, November 5th. Paid for by America's Credit Unions PAC of Credit Union National Association, Inc., americascreditunions.org, and not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. America's Credit Unions PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. You know how important online privacy and security is to me. That's why I subscribe to Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo. It's a 3-in-1 privacy subscription service that helps protect your personal info from being exploited by hackers, scammers, and privacy-invasive companies. Plus, it's from DuckDuckGo, so you know it's legit. With Privacy Pro, DuckDuckGo's VPN secures your Wi-Fi connection anytime, anywhere. It's essential. Second, it has identity theft restoration. If your identity gets stolen, DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro helps you restore it. And third, personal information removal. This is great. You ever search your name online and notice how many sites are selling information about you? Just try it yourself. Privacy Pro will help you remove your personal info from those creepy sites so they can't share it or sell it. Get all this for only $9.99 a month. And as my listener, if you go to duckduckgo.com/1210, you'll get an exclusive 7-day free trial on us. That's duckduckgo.com/1210.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle, and their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Feed 'em my Frankenstein.
He's just a wank. 7:53. It's Kayal and Company. Getting it done on a Thursday. It's Halloween. Having a scary good time. Oh, boy. What do you think sports radio stations are doing around the country with their NFL team on a bye? Give me the 5 scariest Kansas City Chiefs of all time. We'll take your calls. My God. Kamala Harris, the faux Kamala, coming up less than an hour from now. And also still ahead, America's youngest voters, the Gen Zers, are major election liars. Yeah, Gen Z. They like to fib when they're asked who they voted for. Why do they do that? We'll explain coming up in just a little bit. But right now, let's see what Stalker has lined up. It's 7:54, and it's time for a Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Thursday? Sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease a 2024 C40 for only $329 per month on a 36-month lease. See store for details. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. All right, we started out this morning playing Donald Trump on a garbage truck. He went to his Green Bay, Wisconsin rally in a garbage truck. By the way, it was awesome. It was funny to see CNN like breaking news.
Yeah, they were trying to analyze the whole situation.
Just like, it's fun. It's so funny to me. All of these networks are just like, he's so bad for democracy. Yeah. He's going to kill democracy yet. Let's go to him.
Yep.
With everything he does.
They take his bait, hook, line, and sinker.
By the way,
I have one of those vests. I almost wore it to work today. How many people will trick or treat with that? You know?
My God.
By the way, we'll get to that because Jake Tapper interviewed Seth Meyers and asked him about, wouldn't Trump be great for your ratings?
The Seth Meyers, like late night Seth Meyers. Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right, let's start. Phil, can you start with cut 9? So this is when they Wolf Blitzer was in the middle of a
Situation room.
Yeah, and he goes, "Let's break into this."
We have breaking news
they
this
went to Donald Trump in a garbage truck.
This is great.
Just completely trolling the media. It's amazing. Cut 9, Phil, go.
You said the other day that the military could be used, that the military or the National Guard could be used on election day if necessary. Can you explain what you meant by that?
I don't think they'll have to be used. I think we're going to have a big victory. And I think 250 million people in this country are going to be very happy because we're going to bring the country back. We're a nation in decline, very, very serious decline. And we're going to bring our country back.
Did you know that Elon Musk was in close contact with President Bush? Did you know about Elon Musk calls and close communication?
No, I don't know. Elon is a great guy. He's one of our geniuses, and we have to protect our geniuses. We have to take
I love that they're asking serious questions.
Yes.
Wait, he's in a garbage truck with an
I
orange
love
vest.
Puerto Rico, and Puerto Rico loves me. I don't know anything about a comedian. I love Puerto Rico. Nobody's done more for Puerto Rico than me. I took care of them when they had the big hurricanes, and nobody gets along better with Puerto Rico and the Puerto Rican people than me. They love me and I love them. Go ahead, Mr. I don't know anything about the comedian. I don't know who he is. I've never seen him. I heard he made a statement, but it was just a statement that he made. He's a comedian. What can I tell you? I know nothing about him. I don't know why he's there. You put comedians up, and I guess he went on earlier in the show. I don't know who he is. I don't know, but I think he's a terrific guy. I think he was treated very unfairly.
Mr. President,
you've been talking about Democrats cheating. Could you imagine any circumstances under which you would be defeated but not say that the election was stolen?
If it was a corrupt election, that could happen. But so far, we're doing pretty well. They found a lot of smaller things in Pennsylvania, as you know, and I think they've been corrupted and taken care of. They were corrupt. They were corrupted, but I think it's been taken care of.
On that subject, you called for law enforcement to investigate. I was going to say, do you anticipate to declare victory on election night?
I hope that we're going to declare a victory. I mean, they spend all that money on machines. Paper ballots cost you 8% of what a machine
He's
costs.
still in a garbage truck, by the way.
Yeah. And it's encrypted paper, it's watermarked paper, it's very secure. Your elections would be over at 10 o'clock, and that's when you could announce something and there would be no question. And we're not talking about more money, we're talking about a tiny fraction of the money. You want paper, ideally, you want one-day voting, and I think it's just very important. You have to have the country and you have to have voter ID, and you have a great election. And you're talking about 8% of the cost. It's like very sad when you get machines, you pay all that money, and they talk about 3 days later. I think we're going to have a big enough victory to maybe have it that night. You should always have it, every night. If you look at France, 38 million votes. At 10 o'clock in the evening, it was over. All paper ballots, all voter ID, one-day voting, and it was over. How do you like my garbage truck? This truck is in honor of Kamala and Joe Biden.
It's the nicest dump truck I've ever seen.
Yeah, there we go.
I mean, his arm is literally hanging out. It's like he's at the gas station getting a fill up, talking to the guy pumping his gas. Again, another. First of all, another idea that the Harris campaign would never come up with, and secondly, another. What is it?
What's wrong?
I very rarely do I get sidetracked, but behind Dawn's studio is the music station, and the morning host is, I don't know, he's dancing and shaking and jiving. I just totally lost my train of thought.
Oh, you like
seeing Bennett dancing.
Dance for me.
We have to put like a little curtain up there. We got to block him out. I don't need to see him. Now he's like twerking. What is he doing back? By the way, is he wearing a Trump wig? Is that a Trump?
I don't know what that is. Einstein.
Oh, he's Einstein. All right. Well, Einstein, I'm trying to do a show, so yeah, maybe you sit down in your seat. So as I was saying, Kamala could never actually pull off that conversation, right? Like,
that's just it.
She would never be able to thrive in that setting.
That's just it. That it's the look, and so there he is. He's got his arm comfortable. If you've ever had a conversation with your sanitation worker, the driver, right, or the
like
guy
does around the
riding
holidays.
shotgun, which, you bring the envelope, right?
Yep.
And what do? How you doing? How's the and there he is with his arm up on the open window. He's relaxed. He's chatting. He looks so comfortable. He looks like the garbage man. And he's got the vest on, the whole thing. And so it's the fact that, to your point, Nick, that he's comfortable in his own skin and he's comfortable working at McDonald's. He's comfortable doing these jobs. So what is he doing? He's respecting you in these jobs. If this is your job or like that, and right now we got union workers, 9,000 just authorized to strike vote, you feel like, you know what? He respects, he's honoring the sanitation workers. He's honoring the McDonald's workers. He's respecting these people and just sitting there having a chat. But the other piece of it is when he says, who have you heard say that the paper ballots and they're watermarked and they cost 8% of what we, the taxpayers, pay for these machines that we do hear all kinds of issues with, and we hear about complications, this and that. And he's saying, why not just simplify the thing, use the paper, and it costs you 8% off of, 8% compared to the 92% plus that you're paying when you're just hyping up the cost. Why not simplify it?
You're right.
You never hear that.
And on that front, and I don't know the answer to this, if somebody in the audience does know, is there the power? I mean, so let's say you wanted universal one-day voting, voter ID, citizenship, status of citizenship proof, and paper ballots. Is this something that the president can,
no.
Is this something the Supreme Court can do, or is there just no way to ever make this a universal thing where all 50 states have to adopt it?
I
don't know that answer, and maybe I should, but I don't.
I think that would be challenged by the states' rights issue, because I just think overall when you do have problems with things that I think the states, the governors, the local authorities want a simplified process.
Right.
And so my hope is that over time that they do look at this and say, let's just simplify it.
Well, if everybody wants, free and fair and simple and fast and secure elections, why would you be opposed to that? It's the same thing. Gallup again released a poll yesterday where 83% of Americans believe voter ID is necessary. I want to talk to the 17% that don't. Why would you not require ID? You need ID for everything. To buy a drink, to play the lottery, to go to a casino, to get a tattoo. Yet voting for an election in some states, and there's a graphic going around, you can see it. It's like gray states, blue states, red states, and it tells you which one means what. Pennsylvania is a gray state from the standpoint of you need no identification to vote. That is outlandish.
What are you saying?
You don't need any identification to vote on Election Day in Pennsylvania.
Only if this is the second time or more that you voted.
Right.
So the first time you vote, you do need the ID.
Right.
But after that,
right.
you don't.
Like my perfect, firsthand example was 2 years ago for the primaries in the fall of 2022. I go there, I say my name, lady looks down, she's got her packet, her pen, she scratches my name off. I pull out my driver's license, and don't worry about it, Mr. Kayal, we got you. And I'm like, no.
Wait, that was the second time you voted?
Third.
Third, yeah.
Yeah. But I wanted to show her, I'm going to prove you who I am.
But they look at your signature.
You didn't play the "Don't you know who I am" card?
No. That's what sports radio hosts do with cab drivers. No, I just wanted to prove.
There's some anchor people who've done that too while being arrested. In charge. I've
got a lot of bullets in the chamber today, folks.
He doesn't know what I'm talking about.
No, I set you up for that, my love.
So, but in Pennsylvania, I will say that that's an interesting thought. So you think that in PA, even after you voted the first time, and presumably your people at your local polling place know you and they do check the signature, you still think?
I think
that
you should. Anytime you vote in any election, you should have to have proof of who you are.
I agree.
I do. It's not.
I agree.
It's not racist. I just I want to confirm your identity.
I don't. I think that is. I think that's almost universal, guys. I think it's liberal politicians that don't want it. I don't hear a lot of people saying, liberal or conservative, saying, no, I think that we should just be able to, no ID required. It's the liberal politicians that
I mean, hell, when we were living in Tennessee and my mother-in-law would come down for vacation, we'd go out to a restaurant, and these bars and restaurants, they would card my mother-in-law. And they do that because of, liability and things, so I understand why they do it. But you're really going to card a 64-year-old lady who's getting a Cosmopolitan.
Yeah, they do it at Acme.
Yeah,
every grocery
I was
store.
just going to say that. Every grocery store, it doesn't matter. You cannot buy alcohol. It doesn't matter how old you are without them first scanning your ID.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you're Jim Kenney.
Yep.
The former mayor where nobody's seen him, and you're getting your Prosecco at an Acme in Montgomery County.
By the way, Acme need to condense a little bit. Like they only have like 1 or 2 aisles that you can go through for booze. Like, let's make every one of them able to go down for booze.
Well, yeah. And Giant's a pain in the butt because you have to purchase it in the back at the little kiosk by the deli and then get the rest of your groceries checked out up front. Now, they'll cut you a break if you grab like, a 6-pack of beer and you have like 3 other items like a bag of chips and guacamole or something. They'll let you scan those too. But if you have a full cart, you got to buy the booze, get the receipt, put it in the cart, and then go up front. Yep. It's just a pain in the butt.
All right, let's. So Vivek also. I'll get back to the Trump rally in 1 second, because then he took the stage in Green Bay, Wisconsin, wearing his orange vest. Vivek was also on the back of a garbage truck, but he was actually like putting garbage in it.
He took my idea to the umpteenth degree.
Phil, can you play cut 6? I think it is here. 6. Nick, if you want to describe this.
Yes, this actually looks like an authentic garbage truck.
All right.
Yep. Some company.
Let's do it, man.
This guy.
I got it.
Oh, he's got the big can. That's the high quality can right there.
Yeah.
That's the elitist garbage can.
Right up to here.
That's what most municipalities do now.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I have the middle class trash can.
Wait, is it on? All right, sweet. Lift open, and then what are we doing?
Pull them both out.
Pull them both out.
There you go. Look at this. There it is. Look at this.
Look at Vivek.
Pull this one back too, or you're good?
Oh, there you go.
Sweet.
Clears out the space.
Oh, wait, look at the skill that goes into this.
I know.
It kind of works.
I would hurt myself.
Disgusting trash.
I know.
Should I pull it? Pull it out?
A lot of respect for people that can do this. Look at that. Boom. There it is. That's how they threw the shredder in there in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
All right, man.
Which is what my son is, Raphael.
Nice. Always my favorite
turtle. Pretty good.
Oh.
Yeah, see? The machinery's good. It's good machinery. I mean, it's like...
You didn't even have to use the bat once.
No, I know, exactly.
So how much you want to bet, Vivek? Or
it's a...
so he's doing
the machine works really well, man.
Automated.
All right, let's get some more.
Yeah, there he is, Vivek and Luke Combs.
So how much you want to bet Vivek or Elon they invent like something that works quicker or something?
I know. What a great idea. I mean, they should get Bobby out there. Bobby could throw in some like deer carcasses or some bears. You get Tulsi out there.
It's not a panda bear.
Tulsi would be the hottest trash lady of all time.
Yes.
Yeah, baby.
They're on the transition team.
Yeah, we're on the trash tour. It's the Trump closing argument trash tour. That's what I would do.
Talking trash.
That's right. You know what, Matt? You know what would be really great too is like I think the biggest trash company that I know brand wise is Waste Management. The big green and yellow company. It would be wild if Waste Management came out and just endorsed Donald Trump right now.
Who wrote that? That is Wendy. Wendy writes, "You have to show who you are when you enter Costco. Why not vote?"
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Another good point. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
I don't shop at Costco, so I don't know. But.
Well, you don't?
No.
Oh.
Why? Is it like Walmart for you? You just beneath
No,
you?
I know. Stop.
But when you rent a bicycle...
There's only 3 of us. I don't need a whole ton of stuff. You know what I mean?
That's true.
One's a 4-year-old who only eats chicken nuggets.
You'll be there soon. When you rent a bicycle in Philadelphia, like you want to go on Kelly Drive by the Art Museum area, you have to show your driver's license. Mm-hmm. And it has to be a valid driver's license in the city of Philadelphia to rent a freaking bicycle.
I got to show ID to pick up my daughters early from school.
Well, that's good.
And it's good. Yes, I'm not complaining about it. But we're talking about electing our public servants.
I know.
Can we take it seriously?
Thank you.
My God.
It's unbelievable.
But Vivek, My husband had a great idea yesterday because we were talking about who's going to take what post. Kristi Noem, she'll have the Department of Agriculture. But what about Vivek as press secretary? Just please, just even for a week.
Yeah. Wow. You guys are already filling
out the cabinet.
Filling the cabinet, huh?
Yeah.
I'm very confident.
All right.
But, I mean, Vivek would never, that's not what he would do.
Beneath him. But he'd be great at it, right?
Oh my gosh. He would because he's so brilliant and he's so quick. And he'd be like, blah, 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 and just destroy these people.
Dawn filling out cabinet positions.
Yeah, she's already ready.
Kristi Noem, Department of Ag. Doug Burgum, of course, Energy Department.
Okay.
Who's Secretary of State? We have to look at that.
811.
By the way, your boy going as Raphael. Is that because he's the red turtle? Is that a political message?
Because
Leonardo's blue, that would mean he's a Democrat.
Well, all the seniors they chose because they always choose a theme, and then the football team, they do like the photo, and it's So the seniors are all Raphael, so they're the red.
Okay.
So first time voters.
Yep.
I'm saying maybe that's could it be an endorsement? I hope so.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah.
Then Donald Trump took the stage in Green Bay, Wisconsin, wearing his trash truck safety vest. This is cut 10. Phil, go.
I have to begin by saying 250 million Americans are not garbage.
Listen to that crowd.
This week, Kamala has been comparing her political opponents to the most evil mass murderers in history. And now, speaking on a call for her campaign last night, crooked Joe Biden finally said what he and Kamala really think of our supporters. He called them garbage. No way. No way. And they actually mean it, even though, without question, my supporters are far higher quality than Crooked Joe or Lion Kamala. Higher quality. My response to Joe and Kamala is very simple. You can't lead America if you don't love Americans. That's true. You can't be president if you hate the American people, which I believe they do.
There you go. And a lot of people took those 9 words and said that is a closing argument that maybe if Trump wins, people will be playing those clips and those sound bites. If you you can't lead America if you don't love Americans, or whatever he just said specifically there.
You can't lead if you don't love the American people.
Yeah. And you know what? You can sit there and say, yep, Trump goes after other politicians, sometimes on his own side of the aisle, on the Republican Party. He goes after the media. He goes after the establishment. He calls Joe this. He calls Hillary that. To my knowledge, he has never badmouthed Democrat voters, meaning the Democrat citizens of this country, which...
No, because he wants their vote.
Yeah.
He needs their vote.
I mean, he used to be one.
Yep.
So,
Here's the thing that he makes this look easy, but just pointing out what he said. Vice President Kamala Harris referring to her political opponents as the most evil mass murderers in history. Is that the exact? I was just
close.
trying to.
Yeah.
So it was that is a brilliant line. So I don't know if somebody pointed that out to him. So he's not making it personal. He's saying, look at how this vice president of the country is referring to her political opponents as the most evil mass murderers in history. It's a great way to word that. And yet it just rolls off, and it seems very conversational. Mm-hmm. But his words here are very powerful.
Yep, I agree.
He then says something that he says, I'm going to do it whether the women like it or not. Trump vows to keep saying lines that his aides told him not to say. Cut 11, Phil, go.
And my people told me about 4 weeks ago, I was saying, no, I want to protect the people. I want to protect the women of our country. I want to protect the women. Sir, please don't say that. Why? They said, we think it's very inappropriate for you to say. I said, why? I'm president. I want to protect the women of our country. They said... They said, sir, I just think it's inappropriate for you to say, pay these guys a lot of money. Can you believe it? I said, well, I'm going to do it whether the women like it or not. I'm going to protect them. I'm going to protect them from migrants coming in. I'm going to protect them from foreign countries that want to hit us with missiles and lots of other things.
So I'm a little confused by what exactly he was advised not to do that was so bad that he defied and did anyway.
So what he does next is he says, so let me ask you, to the women here.
Okay.
Do you want, your president, or do you want your president of your country to protect you? And they all go crazy and they say yes and they all cheer. And so what he's saying is, the quote is, I want to protect the women from these killers being let out of prisons and so on and so forth, and the rapists.
Basically the Lake and Riley concept.
Yeah, well, and on Gary, because it follows, he's been airing the ads or put together little packages that, because all of these victims, mothers in particular, have been campaigning with him and speaking out, endorsing him.
Well,
it followed that. Just so you know the context, it followed that. Then he comes out and says, I want to protect them. I want to protect the mothers. I want to protect the girls. My guys told me not to say it. I want to protect women.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say it.
Well, I mean, and I've said that for months, that the counter strategy for the Trump campaign to Roe v. Wade, abortion, and Kamala's message to females is protecting them from migrant rapists and killers, and also protecting them in sports, locker rooms, and bathrooms with Title IX, where biological men have no place being in those female safe spaces. So those are your two counter arguments to Roe v. Wade when we talk about the female voter out there. And it's up to them, and I think they've done a pretty decent job. You probably could do more with that, but yeah, I'm on board with that.
How did the CBS Evening News, or should I say the mainstream media, cover the garbage truck thing yesterday and Kamala's closing message? So hat tip to Road Warrior for sending this to me. Thank you, my friend. I take requests, even though I didn't get to Chris Abolito's request yesterday.
And by the way, we've also
I put it in the hopper.
Yeah, our buddy Harry is a big cut sheet contributor.
He is,
and he's wondering when you're going to play I guess he sent some lady a clip a couple of days ago. We lose track because Harry's a big cut sheet contributor.
He is.
Yeah, we might have to put him on payroll. And he's like, has Stalker played this clip yet? I'm like, I don't think so.
Sorry, we're full.
No vacancy.
No vacancy at the end. No, Harry knows I love him. Okay, so this is CBS Evening News. This is how Norah O'Donnell compared the two last night. This is cut 16. Phil, go.
We are now 6 days out from Election Day. Nearly 60 million votes have already been cast in early in-person voting and through the mail. And the latest polls suggest the race could not be tighter. Both campaigns are locking their focus on the battleground states. Vice President Kamala Harris rallied in North Carolina and Pennsylvania today and is in Wisconsin tonight. Former President Donald Trump was in North Carolina earlier and tonight is also in Wisconsin. He landed in Green Bay just a short time ago and then pulled this campaign stunt, speaking to reporters from a garbage truck. Proof that he and his supporters are giving no grace to a gaffe by President Biden, where he, in his explanation, inadvertently called Trump supporters garbage. This, of course, was in response to that racist joke about floating garbage told at a Trump rally just last weekend. Vice President Harris is distancing herself from the negativity and trying to drive home her unifying message that if elected, she will represent all Americans.
So Trump pulled a stunt while Kamala Harris is trying to drive home her unifying message.
Yeah, nothing like uniting America by saying half of America are Nazis and they worship Hitler. That didn't even have a slant to it, Dawn. That was like a slope. There was more slope on that than the roof in Butler on July 13th that the Secret Service wouldn't climb on. Oh, my God. Yeah. Wait, Norah O'Donnell's a very unlikable lady, is she not?
Well, do you blame, so does she write that copy? So she is taking the fall. She's being demoted, right? She's being demoted. This is the end of her contract. And so she's being demoted. Their ratings are at the bottom of the barrel.
Unlike ours.
But I would submit to you that it's not fully her fault, although could she fight the way that that's written.
Yeah, well, get in earlier and then don't let your producers do everything for you and you come up with it yourself. I don't know. That's the way I would look at it. Like if I asked Phil, write my big take and I didn't like it, well, whose fault is that? I let Phil write it.
Well, I can tell you because I worked at CBS News Network that they don't let you, there's a pushback on that.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
So you're just a puppet then?
Well, if you are changing it, then you're going to get pushback and it's going to be a huge thing. So she does not have that kind of autonomy. I can tell you that.
Is that this? Now, let me ask you this. And maybe you don't know the answer, but is that the same way for like CNN, Fox, and MSNBC?
I think it's less. I think it's less so at all of those other networks that you mentioned.
Okay.
I would say CBS is more so controlling of that kind of spin.
Yeah.
And it's the culture. It's a newsroom culture at most newsrooms, but in particular at that network.
Man, I'm a capitalist. I like money, but I don't know that I could do that, even for Nora O'Donnell money. I would even if it was right wing television. I got to put my own spin on it. I just can't. I can't read stuff that's not me or that I don't believe.
Pollster Frank Luntz and his bad hair.
Yeah,
Cut 14 Phil says that President Biden may have lost Kamala Harris the election by his garbage comment. He said this to CNN yesterday. This is Cut 14 Phil. Go.
His comments seemingly describing Trump supporters as, quote, garbage. The Harris campaign is trying to downplay the effect of those comments. Of course they are. But I wonder if you think that those comments are going to move voters.
It's going to be huge because this is not some comedian saying something stupid and offensive at a rally where he should have been basically disinvited. This is the President of the United States endorsing his vice president saying something, and I know that there's different interpretations about what he said. It's still inappropriate. He still shouldn't be doing it. And I've watched Trump already seize this. The basket of deplorables was significant, was meaningful in 2016. In 2024, I can promise you that this is going to drive Trump turnout. He's doing it already. I can see, I'm sure there's going to be ads on as soon as tonight about this. Mm-hmm. This may be a turning point for those final 3%, and that's all it is, who still need to be persuaded.
So, agree and disagree. If he's saying more Trump turnout will result in those comments, okay. I mean, I can get behind that. I can't imagine that you're a Trump supporter, you are not going to vote, and now all of a sudden you are going to vote. But in the name of consistency, I don't think the undecided was swayed by a bad joke. I don't think the undecided gets swayed by a comment like garbage. Because if you're undecided, if you don't already identify as a MAGA Republican, I don't see that being the final push to get you to make up your mind. Do you? I don't. I think this ignites the base. The same thing the other way around. If you're a Kamala supporter and you think Trump is awful and you hear that joke, it gets your blood going. But I don't know that this, again, and maybe I don't even believe that there's 3% undecided anymore. I mean, my God, it's 10/31/24. How can you be undecided with 4 days to go, 5 days to go? That doesn't make sense to me. But I don't know. Frank's been doing it longer than I have.
I just think that it's the momentum, and Trump has this ability to, you think about the McDonald's thing going viral, you think about this going viral. And so to those individuals who maybe, I think they were more on the fence about just voting. And so I think that there's this momentum that any campaign gets, that it kind of sweeps people, and so I think that's the kind of momentum within a campaign. If the campaign takes off, you think of, I guess the analogy is, you think about a sports team that just is on fire, right? And they're just boom, and you can't. It's like they're just a locomotive. All of a sudden, all of that momentum, and then everybody gets excited about it. Everybody gets caught up in it. And so the fact that he said that you can't lead this country unless you love this country. You can't lead unless you love Americans. And then he released it on Truth Social as well. So this is this is his new closing argument that Harris is running on a campaign of hate and that he loves America. And so he's turning it as a positive energy campaign. But if this is taking off, and it has gone viral.
Yeah, that's a great point by you. Think about this. Back in July and August, Kamala was trying to provide the uplifting campaign, right? Joy, hope, change. They're waving, they're laughing, they're giggling. Now, in the last 4 weeks, it's been Trump with the positive vibes, and the Harris campaign has had to resort to the most evil rhetoric possible. Hitler, Nazis, garbage. We've seen Kamala when she gets interrupted. She gets that scowl on her face. They seem to be the side of anger, right? And it's her, really. I'll give Walz a pass. Walz hasn't shown a ton of vitriol. He's still, trying to be, the everyman, goofy bumpkin dude, from the Midwest. But it's the top of the ticket that's got that scorned lover look on her face. Very interesting.
By the way, coming up in about 20 minutes, we have Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
And she's going to be interviewed by Rogan. Yes, make sure you stay tuned for that because the interview never happened between Joe Rogan and the real Kamala Harris. Obviously, we don't have the real Kamala Harris. Joe Rogan on his podcast yesterday explained more about why she is not going to appear on his podcast. By the way, JD Vance is, right?
Yes. Yeah. I'm wondering when that drops. I'm thinking they're recording it pretty soon.
Cut 5. Well, I mean, they have to, right? cut 5, Phil, go.
You guys are coming here. I'm like, I love these guys so much. Too bad. It's just there's nothing going on.
Well, I heard you might have needed to cancel on us to get Kamala Harris on.
I was not going to do that. I would have had to. I knew you guys flew from England, and I wasn't going to cancel on you because she had an opportunity to come in. You could look at this and you could say, "Oh, you're being a diva," but she had an opportunity to come here when she was in Texas, and I literally gave them an open invitation. I said, "Anytime." I said, "If she's done at 10 o'clock, we'll come back here at 10 o'clock." I go, "I'll do it at 9 in the morning. I'll do it at 10 p.m. I'll do it at midnight." If she's up. She wants to, drink a Red Bull, can party on.
Yeah, but I think this idea that you're being a diva is silly because you're offering her the opportunity to do exactly what the other candidate did, right?
Well, she actually reached out when she found out that he was coming on. So their camp reached out to me. So I said, great, I would love to talk to her. But it was very difficult to tie it down, and they wanted to travel. And see, the thing is, like, you can't, if I go somewhere, then there's going to be other people in the room. And they want to control a lot of things, I'm sure, according to the Brett Breyer interview on Fox. Like, people were waving him off.
Brett Breyer.
That's a distraction.
I love
people
Joe.
in the room. Like, my whole goal with her and with him is just talk. Just have a conversation like a human being. You find out things about people. You get a sense of them, at least, a real sense. That was it. I don't give a what we talk about. I really don't. I just want to talk to you.
Rogan's in there. He's got a bottle of wine. He's got a blunt. He's got creatine powder.
By the way, it is such a baller move to have him say, "No, come to me."
Yeah,
he did it with Trump too.
Yeah.
He's like, "No, I'm not going to you.
Right,
Come to me."
This guy's making almost $20 million a year to do a podcast. It's I think the number 2 I think Tucker has supplanted him, but he's been number 1 long enough. And I think the reality is Kamala Harris probably, I think, needs him more than he needs her. It's not going to make or break his platform. And I also would say this too. When you think about it, and I know that he's not some staunch conservative, but I would imagine the people that listen to the Rogan podcast on a regular basis are far more on the right side of the spectrum, right of center, than the Kamala Harris. I don't think many left-wingers are listening to Rogan, right?
So I think that they're looking at this. I think the Harris campaign is looking at this as their road to victory is 18 to 29-year-old females. Their road to victory is not males. And they've kind of just written that demographic off. They think that there's no upside to her doing this, and that's why they're not making this happen. Because if they really wanted to, they would have.
Right. And then you can't sit there and say, well, we can only do an hour. God only knows what they might have said is off limits. And they don't want to be in that freewheeling environment, right? Everything's got to be rigid and structured. And if it's not... She's not doing it.
It's an interesting point because if you really look at who, and I'm a student of this stuff, so I know audiences, I know, demographics, I know all of that stuff. If you really look at Joe Rogan's audience, it's like 40 to 50-year-old men. It's guys my age.
Gen Xers.
And they're people that are into politics a little bit, but not really. They might vote if it moves them, but they probably won't. And that audience, I believe, is ripe for Donald Trump because they might vote for Trump, but they might not. Something else happens that day, they'll do it. But if they hear him on this and they hear him sitting down with him and BSing with him for 3 hours, that might move the needle. And if you're getting those people that are choosing the couch over you, and you can motivate them to go out and vote, that's a huge voting block for Donald Trump.
Harry, get your fat ass out of the couch.
That's exactly.
You're going to vote for Trump today, Harry.
That's exactly who he's trying to get. Kamala Harris knows that those people aren't going to vote for her.
You know what? And you tell me if you agree with this or not. I would think that the Bobby Kennedy base of supporters are probably big Rogan listeners.
The Bobby Kennedy, yeah.
Anti-pharma, anti-vax, things like that, right? Because Rogan speculates and Rogan likes to talk about assassinations and JFK and 9/11, big pharma, big food. It feels like that would be a Bobby Kennedy wheelhouse.
So because Greg talked about the demographics of the Joe Rogan experience, I just looked up one. This is Edison Weekly, but there are a bunch of them. And I did because you mentioned men in a certain age group over, what did you say, 39. My sons have listened to Joe Rogan for years. I mean, David just turned 18. All of their friends have listened to Rogan for years. And a ton of my friends, football moms, teachers, Democrats, Republicans, they listen to Rogan.
Well,
so even though it skews 80% male, I'll just tell you that it's
Dawn, our mutual friend, who I won't name. She's a huge Joe Rogan fan. In fact, I scold her because I tell her to listen to this show and not Joe Rogan, but she loves Joe Rogan. So I do agree with you on that.
Politically, 35% of listeners identify as independent or something else. Only 32% align with Republicans. 27%. Democrats. And so I do think, this is the world's number one, podcast in the United States of America, but the listeners are, they say age 13 plus. I would say 13 plus is accurate.
No, I agree with you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's all kinds of data that shows, it's young men, but I think the bulk of his audience are 40 to 50 men. And maybe 35 to 50, but it's older working men. That's the bulk of his audience, and a lot of them are kind of politically neutral or just kind of vote sometimes, but most of the time don't vote. And that
Probably
audience
hate both sides.
Yes, and that audience is ripe for
probably big with
Trump.
the libertarians, right?
Yeah, I guess.
To some extent?
Yeah. I guess if you call them libertarians, sure.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The libertarian movement is kind of.
I'll be honest. I don't know if either of my sons.
I consider myself a libertarian, and I don't even know what they stand for.
But I don't know if either of my sons would vote, or most of their friends would even vote or be interested in it, if it were not for Joe Rogan and Elon Musk. I think those are big factors. It's not just Trump, because we talk about the policies, or do you like Trump? Don't you like Trump?
Don't forget Dana White too.
And Dana, yes.
Yeah, if you're a UFC honk and you love Dana White, this is a yeah.
Great point.
All right, we played this earlier. I want to play the video again. This is Cut 8, Phil. This is a TV station out of where was this? WNEP TV.
Yeah, it's ABC 16 in Central PA.
They were airing Formula One, the Mexico Grand Prix, and there was a test pattern on the not pattern, but a test that they're claiming on the bottom for election results. This aired Sunday. This is Cut 8, Phil, go. Yeah, I'm not going to play it. I just want to. Can you describe it?
Nick? You're watching the race, and at the bottom where they have the weather and the headline stories. Now they're scrolling through. Yeah, it was Casey by 8%. So let's freeze it right there, Phil. If we could freeze it right there, you'll see Kamala Yep, I don't want nobody cares about Oliver and Stein. It's 1%. Harris and Trump. There you go. Harris 52%, Trump 47%. Kamala Harris with 3,293,712 votes to Donald Trump's 2,997,793 votes with 100% of precincts reporting. And then just scroll it and then freeze it on the Senate race. And let's see here. All right, freeze it right there. So, yeah, no, they do have Casey winning. Go figure.
Do? Okay.
Yeah. Casey.
I thought I saw McCormick winning.
Well, it's weird. They have the check mark for McCormick. If you see it right
maybe
there.
maybe that's what I saw. Yeah.
So they have Casey winning by 8 points, 53% to 45%, 2.29 million to 1.97 million votes. So it's just interesting that their random simulations have Kamala by 5% and Casey by 8%.
It's weird because every TV station I've ever worked for in my career did those tests. They did do the test, but they did it. They made sure that they had zeros. They did all zeros. It was a mandate, and so whoever,
there's no presumption of bias. Yeah,
they just did zeros. So this, I just wonder if. It'll be interesting. This is Luzerne County. It'll be interesting if somebody gets fired over it. I mean, it depends on how much pressure they get. But
yeah.
If maybe they would get in more trouble if they had said Trump won. I don't know.
Phil, do us a favor. Write down both the Senate and the presidency, those numbers, the percentage and the raw numbers of votes. And let's keep that on file until the state is officially called. Let's see how accurate those practice run tabulations are to the real thing.
You just never want that.
No, it doesn't make me feel comfortable. And I'd be honest. I mean, it would be nice if it was the other way around. I don't want to see that regardless, right? Like you don't want to let the cat out of the. You want to just assume everything, Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
It's just like we always say. Why would you alienate half of your potential client base or customer base? Why would you do that? And that's for anybody. And that was the whole Michael Jordan philosophy that we talk about, right? That Republicans buy Nikes too.
That's right.
It's just stupid.
That's right.
We should break for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Because I believe she's coming up at 8:45.
That's right. The Rogan experience on Notify.
Are you gonna like smoke a blunt and?
No, that would probably lead to me being terminated. And I'm also not a marijuana smoker, as we know. So. Now I'm going to pass on that. But now if somebody wants to slide in a bottle of Tito's, I'll pour a cocktail right now. I'll do that right now and get set up in during the break. Yeah. All right, quick break. We'll come back. It is time for Esty to join us without the presence of her counterpart, Sean Farish.
Yeah.
So this will be the first time we're doing this. So Kamala will not get interrupted, and she won't have to say, I'm speaking, right? Back after this.
Dawn, stick right there because you're going to do What a Crock after this. Get ready to tackle the NFL action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. I can't believe we're at week 9 already. Look at this. Thursday, tonight, the Texans and the Jets. Oh, I should have brought Phil Almquist in for this. Sorry.
What did you say? You should have brought a thong?
Brought Phil Almquist in for this. Yeah, sorry. Because, he likes the New York Jets.
Thong.
I'm going to go with this for tonight's game, this 3-leg same-game parlay. Breece Hall on the over for rushing yards. C.J. Stroud on the over 1.5 passing touchdowns. And Stephon Diggs, I'm going to go over, I think over on the rushing yards. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg. By the way, combine those 3 bets for one same-game parlay. Bet $5, you get $150 in bonus bets if it wins. FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL and 1210 WPHT, 21 and over. Present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. While you're watching the game and betting on it, you can also do What a Crock, right, Dawn?
Yeah, and this time of year, you think of even Halloween, this is a great day to fire up the crock pot, maybe with friends and family stopping by on this day, because it's one of those days, right? And as we head into the fall, cooler weather, I love to just pull out the crock pot and tailgating. So we're tailgating. One of the dads hooked it up, so we're going to have a power source, and we're going to have a crock pot cook-off for our tailgate for high school football. We got Penn State at noon this weekend, so maybe you're thinking about having people over. You can listen right here when we air the game, but What a Crock makes it so easily. What a Crock's delicious, easy to prepare meals make it so simple. I just put one of their meals into my slow cooker in the morning, go about my day. When I come home, dinner is waiting. The house is filled. It just smells so good with these delicious meals. And by the way, this is family owned. These are home cooked meals, as I say, just not by me. Here's a big difference, and this is the What a Crock difference. Most of those meal kit companies, you have to do all kinds of prep. That's not what this is. They do everything. The cleanup is really quick and easy. Simple as dropping that meal into your slow cooker. Voila, dinner is one and done. Looking for fall comfort food? I'm telling you, whether it's like a roast beef meal, whether it's the pulled buffalo chicken, those chicken parm meatballs, I could go on and on. All different types of chili, whether it's a vegan chili, a white bean chili, whether it's the beef chili, delicious. So they make it so easy. Use promo code WPHT at checkout. You're going to get $10 off your first order, whatacrock.com. That's code WPHT, $10 off your first order. Do this. What a Crock, dinner made easy. Order now at whatacrock.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
You may have heard, Wawa has pizza. And right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price.
Wawa has personal pizza for a night of gaming.
And it's only $6.
Wawa has pizza for when we don't want to cook.
And a 14-inch is $8.
Wawa has pizza for after practice.
A 16-inch to feed the team, $10. Right now, get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Wawa has pizza for all at a really great price.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, VH1, TLC, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR, so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere, for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC+. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Nick. I visited my friends at Piazza Acura of Westchester and drove the Road and Track Performance Car of the Year, the 2024 Acura Integra. I owned an Acura for 10 years, and the new Integra is by far the most striking Acura I have seen. Well equipped with advanced safety and tech features like wireless Apple CarPlay, high-performance adaptive damper system, Wi-Fi, hotspot capability, and 16-speaker premium audio system. Visit PiazzaAcura.com or test drive the new Integra at Piazza Acura in Westchester, Ardmore, or Reading. Tell them Nick sent you.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm all dressed up with nowhere to go. Walking with a dead man over my shoulder. I'm all dressed up with nowhere to go.
8:46. Kayal and Company, Thursday morning, Halloween. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. You know, a lot of people, a lot of entities, a lot of companies, they come up with excuses. Well, we couldn't pull this off because of X, Y, and Z. But on Kayal and Company, we just get it done. And since Joe Rogan and Kamala Harris could not agree to terms for the Joe Rogan experience, we decided to give you Kamala Harris live, not in podcast form, but in a conversational setting, as the current vice president now joins the Joe Rogan experience on Notify. Madam Vice President Harris, good morning. How are you? Thanks for making this finally happen.
Good morning. Good morning, Toe. How are you doing today on this spooky day?
I'm doing well. This is a very spooky setting indeed. You know, I don't have my typical contraband here for the podcast, but I want to have this conversation with you. And I just want to start with, you know, why is it that you are always trying to dictate the format, the length, the specifics of the interviews when, you know, most Americans claim that they don't really know much about you?
Well, look, here's the thing. Toe, right? That's your name, Toe?
Yes.
Okay. So look, I always think about how, you know, less is more, right? Now, I'm going to break this down for you. I'm going to break this down. I broke it down for Rogan, but he seemed very confused. Imagine a room filled with, you know, furniture, colors, and decorations. Now, at first glance, it feels vibrant, right? It feels alive. But as you know, as you step in the chaos, it gets overwhelming. You know, your mind is racing. You're trying to take in every detail, but instead, you know, you end up feeling, you know, somewhat disoriented. Now, picture the same room stripped down to its, you know, essential modalities. A simple chair, a single light fixture, you know, a blank wall, something. Suddenly, you know, you start to feel a sense of calm wash over you. You know, you can breathe. You can think, right? You can be joyful. And that absence of clutter, well, that invites clarity. And that's what I want to bring back to this nation. So, you know, isn't that curious that removing so much, you're actually gaining something, right? Your focus sharpens. And, you know, 3 hours listening to me, I mean, these people are going to think I'm nuts. So there's not a shot in hell I'm doing 3 hours with anybody. All right. So I explained to Joe that, you know, long format just isn't really appealing, right? Less is more. And, you know, he did seem to agree. He wanted to sit there and eat elk. You know, he invited me. He said we're going to eat elk. I'm not sure what kind of fish that is, but I explained to him, you know, half hour is really all we can do for the campaign. You know, I only have about, you know, one interview slot a week that I agree to regularly. So he didn't want to make it happen. You know, I mean, he was acting like a little girl. So we just, you know, we decided to scrap it. So I came to you guys instead. I hope you don't mind.
No, it's very interesting. And we're grateful for your time, Kamala. Do you think it's excessive, though, to call Trump Adolf Hitler? And what do you think about Joe Biden calling Trump supporters, quote, garbage?
I think it's terrible that Donald Trump called his own supporters garbage. But look, that's not important. I want to say that, look, I'm running for president, okay? I'm running for president of the United States, and I've been very clear about that. Sometimes, when we have too many ideas swirling around, we struggle to express any of them fully. So by narrowing our focus, we're giving space for one idea to bloom. And here's the twist. In simplifying, we often discover connections that we really didn't see before. So, I've been very clear that Donald Trump, he's a danger. He is a threat. I'm running for president. I can't speak on Joe Biden, but, it's said that Donald Trump would call all Americans as well as Puerto Ricans garbage. It's a very sad thing, and I'm here to let the people know that, I don't approve of that. I was okay with calling them deplorables, but anything else, that's excessive. We don't need any more division in this country.
Normally when we do and we tape the podcast here on the Toe Rogan Experience on Notify, I'll, have some marijuana, maybe a gummy, a vape pen, every now and then we'll have some tequila, things like that. You seem to really enjoy that beer with Gretchen Whitmer at that Michigan bar. So let's have this conversation, right? Like, what are your favorite cocktails, and do you partake in gummies?
Oh boy.
So that wasn't beer. It was actually just straight whiskey. I like it neat.
Oh boy.
On the rocks, hold the ice. Right? Yeah, I like it specific. So, but I'm not a fan of gummies, although some people are really surprised when I tell them that. I do enjoy inhaling helium from time to time. It's just really a fun thing I picked up from Joe. Me and Nancy, we would switch out Joe's oxygen tank, and it was a sight to behold. But Joe Biden's neurologist said we can't do that anymore. But yeah, it's I'm not against gummies, but I personally like something a little stronger. So I have a little batch of something with a little fentanyl, and not too much.
Oh my God.
It's just a little, to get the day going. This is a hard job. Have you ever put Desitin cream on a man like that? Have you ever done that? That's what I've done for 3.5 years for this country. I had to make sure that man stays alive. I had to make sure that man doesn't rash or chafe. I had to make sure that, every time he fell down the stairs, that there was no cognitive impairments in addition to, it's a full-time job. I'm really sick of not getting the credit, for where it's due. People think it's Jill. Jill doesn't like doing anything. She's always, running around talking about her nails are done. She can't wipe. It's not her turn. Nancy's under the table with her own concoction of drugs. She likes prescription pills.
Oh man.
Yeah, she's invested in some of those big pharma companies. I would follow her, her stock market portfolio if I were you. But that's just some family advice because you guys are great. So yeah, we all partake. It's funny how everyone thinks it's Hunter, but he's, he partakes in the least amount. Oh yeah, it's always a good time. It's always joy in the White House.
Yep.
And then somebody, papoozis themselves, and then the joy's over, party's over. But we're hoping to keep the joy, for the next 4 years.
Madam Vice President Harris, I wanted to talk to you about a very touchy subject because, this is a uncensored podcast and, we go where, the media is afraid to go, and nobody in the media has had the nerve to ask you about Dougie's past. He impregnated the nanny in his first marriage. There's allegations out there that he's a misogynist. He's assaulted women physically. Can you confirm this? Did you vet Doug properly prior to getting married? Has he knocked you around a few times?
Oh my God.
Yeah, Donald Trump has faced several sexual assault allegations over the years, all right, with various women coming forward.
Yeah, but we're asking you about Doug, with all due respect, Dougie.
I'm speaking now, all right? This is, we're going to talk about Donald Trump because that's the danger to our democracy right now. And for the record, Dougie knocked me around. Come on, Toe. Come on, we know who wears the pantalones in this relationship, all right? Shout out to the Hispanic listeners.
Oh,
Hi,
boy.
amigos.
Oh, boy.
Hello, amigos. And to my brothers and sisters, look, that man, he's had a few allegations against him, but who hasn't? Who hasn't? So, the nanny was out of line. And he did what he needed to do. And that's, we want to bring real masculinity back into America. So, that's just, those are just rumors. I think Barron Trump started them. Trump told us. I mean, these people are so unserious. We should go back to talking about Donald Trump. That man is a felon. And he has, when I'm done with him, he's going to have 65 indictments, right? We gotta get those rookie numbers up. This 34, that's a rookie number.
Oh my God.
With somebody with my, I was a prosecutor.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know that. I was a prosecutor. So my record speaks for itself. With the swipe of my pen, I used to take some of these poor bastards out.
Oh my God.
Kamala Harris.
I'm speaking. I'll tell you when I'm finished.
Just take your time.
I love that power. We talked about helium, we talked about fentanyl, but there's nothing like being drunk with that power of that pen. Oof. Yeah, I can't wait till November 5th. I don't know if you know, but ABC already reported that I won. So you guys stay tuned because it's gonna be madness the next 4 years.
You guys stay tuned. We'll continue. Kamala Harris, Toe Rogan experience here on Notify. How does Notify pay me $17 million a year? Because we've got great sponsors. We'll continue with the vice president as we continue here on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wawa's hot turkey is back, and it's bringing the comforting flavors of the season with it. Sink into savory stuffing, cozy up with sweet cranberry sauce, and relax into some warm, buttery mashed potatoes. Grab your pillows and blankets because hot turkey is back. Plus, get your cozy cravings satisfied from the comfort of your bed with $0 delivery when you order on the Wawa app. Try the Wawa Gobbler today in a hoagie or bowl for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle, and their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out. I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything.
Have you tried shopping jewelry television, JTV?
I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different.
JTV has thousands of jewelry styles, artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax?
Yes. Another round?
Yes.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone. Lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safe safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Hey, it's Rich Ziola. You know how important online privacy and security is to me. That's why I subscribe to Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo. It's a 3-in-1 privacy subscription service that helps protect your personal info from being exploited by hackers, scammers, and privacy-invasive companies. Plus, it's from DuckDuckGo, so you know it's legit. With Privacy Pro, DuckDuckGo's VPN secures your Wi-Fi connection anytime, anywhere. It's essential. Second, it has identity theft restoration. If your identity gets stolen, DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro helps you restore it. And third, personal information removal. This is great. You ever search your name online and notice how many sites are selling information about you? Just try it yourself. Privacy Pro will help you remove your personal info from those creepy sites so they can't share it or sell it. Get all this for only $9.99 a month. And as my listener, if you go to duckduckgo.com/1210, you'll get an exclusive 7-day free trial on us. That's duckduckgo.com/1210.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
New Jersey, this is Lieutenant Governor Tahisha Way. Vote in person on Election Day, Tuesday, November 5th, or early in person starting Saturday, October 26th, or vote by mail. Details at vote.nj.gov.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Ohio State. Coverage starts at 11:30 a.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's Kayal and Company, Halloween, Thursday, October 31st. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Fourth and final hour underway. And we now resume with Kamala Harris on the Rogan experience on Notify.
That was quite a commercial break. You know, you got to warn me next time. All right. I don't do breaks. I come in, I do the thing, and I leave immediately. So nobody asks me anything out of pocket. All right. I'll let it go this time, Toe. You seem great. I'll let it go this time, but please keep that in mind. All right, please.
Noted.
Wow.
So I saw your VP nominee, Tim Walz, and he was playing the Madden video game, the Madden football game with AOC. So I think Americans, especially those that are Trump supporters, are wondering just how bad your internal polling numbers are right now with men.
He was playing in the hay when we found him initially. I just want to, strike that from the record that he was playing just Madden. He was playing at the stables. I don't know what his obsession with the stables is. We're going to have to talk to him and address that with PETA. But, oh my God. Voting polls are like those mysterious swirling vortexes of public opinion, right? So you toss in a few questions and you watch as the collective thought of the populace gets spun around like a salad in a tornado, all right? You've got a sampling of people, a sprinkle of demographics and a dash of statistical magic. Now, they're all blending together to form this snapshot that may or may not represent the grand tapestry of the voter sentiment. Are you still with me, Toe?
No, you lost me. You lost me at salad and Twister.
Don't pull a Brett Baer with me. You know what I'm talking about.
I don't.
You know what I'm talking about. You took this commercial break and you had a gummy. I don't know why you're. You know what I'm talking about. Look, it's like trying to predict the weather.
Yeah.
Just by asking a few people why, what they imagine trying to predict the weather would be like. All right? They're not going to predict it for next Tuesday. Some might say it's sunny. Others are going to swear there's impending rain, right? You need to focus on the modality of questions like that. So when it comes to the polling, there's timing to consider. Oh, a poll taken on a Wednesday might tell you one thing, but by Friday, everyone could be swept up in the latest news cycle. Right? Flipping opinions like pancakes at a brunch. You can't forget the margin of error. So these men are fresh off this, Rogan podcast. So, a lot of them seem squeamish to get onto the proper side, but I'll have you know that I believe that they will be convinced to vote for me after my time with you, Toe. That's what I truly believe.
Let's talk about the border for a little bit. How wide open was it, and why are they going to believe that you're going to close the border now? What was the number? It was like 15 million, right?
I don't know what the obsession is with the border. I've been to the border. Okay, I've been to the border. 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 I can't, I haven't been to Europe, and you guys are telling me about going to the border. I wanted to go to Slovakia in August. It didn't work out. Joe sprayed his ankle. So, there's so many things that I want to do. It's all about you guys. What about me? Yeah. What about my needs? And I never said I'm closing it. I said I was going to secure the border. Okay. So imagine you've got an open window. Stay with me, Toe. It's going to get wild right now. Imagine you've got an open window. This is a portal to the outside world. And it's letting in all that fresh air. Yeah. All the distant sounds of the chirping birds. Now, closing that window is like trying to capture, a fleeting thought before it escapes into the wind. Is that what you want? Do you want to take away the fresh air from Americans, Toe? Is that what you guys are talking about? Donald Trump wants to take away the fresh air. He wants to close the window. I can't let that happen. Not on my watch. Yeah. Not on my watch. So as long as I'm here, no human being is illegal. These people are great people. They're fantastic people. Donald Trump called them bad people. He's not a good person. That man he's looking out for only the citizens' interest. What about them? Some of these people, they have rights too. We have to give them, we have to give them our rights, whatever that looks like. We have to make these people comfortable. So, fixing the economy and all these things, closing the border, it's not as simple as you want to make it sound. Okay, Tone, this is a little above your pay grade. I don't expect you to understand, but I'm not closing the window. I want to feel the fresh air on my face. Okay. I feel other things on my face all the time. No, I want fresh air. Okay.
You said, and we have to talk about this. Right. You said Joe was in good health. You've talked a lot about Joe. You've talked a lot about Trump. This is supposed to be about you. We're trying to get to the bottom of, what exactly you're about. But you do talk about Joe a lot, so I want to go there. You say he was in good health. You also said that Bidenomics was working. Neither really proved to be true. So why should Americans believe you really on anything, much less that you're going to make their financial life better?
Joe is as healthy as a horse. Oh, he's healthier than the horse that Tim has his eyes on. Look, I'm telling you right now, you don't understand the kind of things that I've put that man through, and he is still alive and kicking. All right. From the concoctions that we fed him to, how many times I tripped him down Air Force One, up Air Force One. I took the air out of his bike once. Oh, no. Nothing keeps that man down. People don't give Joe the resilience that he deserves. He's in as perfect health as he gets. Now, I do take my responsibility with my part with the helium. And I've mentioned before that his neurologist explained we can't do things like that anymore. There are not enough viable brain cells left in order to experiment any longer. But, he is so sharp. Oh, man. He is so sharp, especially when he goes into those, octaves of like when he's yelling and then he goes down to the whispering. Look at how that not everybody can do that, Toe. Not everybody can do that at that age. He has such a wide range of projection. He knows when, he can go from yelling to whispering in 3 seconds flat. These are impressive statistics. These are things that the people don't know. I've led with that man. And as long as he gets his 2 to 3 naps in a day, he was golden. All right. So my judgment on that is, it's been more than fair. You have to look at Joe. You have to understand he's still alive after everything. He's in good health. All right. When it comes to Bidenomics, that's Bidenomics. All right. That's Bidenomics. Look, Biden's half dead. All right. Forget about everything I just said. These were his ideas. I'm going to be president. I don't know what's wrong with that guy. It's kind of a Weekend at Bernie's situation, but lights are on, no one's home.
Oh my God.
So fixing the economy, it's going to be trying to like untangle a massive ball of yarn that's been left out in the rain, wrapped around Nancy's cat. All right. You got 100 different things. You can't just expect these things to magically fix themselves. But we, on day one, we're ready to move forward with the change. I've said that many times. On day one, we will move forward with the change. Even though I'm in the seat now, we're going to do everything once you get me that seat. Because I want the same deal that Joe got, right? I want 3 weeks on a Delaware beach out of the month. I want all that stuff. So until they don't, play fair, I'm not going to be doing many things for the American people. You guys, you have to understand that I need to look out for my own interest as well. It can't just be about, it can't just be about you guys. So on day one, you will see dramatic change. Ask ABC. They've already predicted this. They know everything.
Oh my God.
Let me ask you about what you do in your spare time. I mean, it's fascinating because, Trump, he's a golfer. He's always out there, swinging the sticks. You mentioned Joe. He likes to hang out on the beach at Rehoboth. He likes a double scoop and a waffle cone. What do you do in your spare time? Tell the audience what Kamala likes to do when she's not making America thrive.
Well, I'm a pretty good cook, right? So, in my free time, I just love to, people ask me for my collard greens recipe all the time. And I have so many neighbors that beg for the collard greens that I got to make them in the bathtub, right? I got to make them in the bathtub. I'm speaking to my Georgians now, to my Southerners, to my brothers and sisters in the HSBC. If y'all are listening, I got some collard greens right here, ready for everyone. So, cometh with me, come to my home, and, joy shall cometh in the morning. So sometimes I'm preaching, like a preacher. I do that in my spare time sometimes. And sometimes I cook. Dougie's a white boy, but he loves my collard greens. And, I like to cook. I like to experiment with different modalities, with prescription drugs, with some. I like to see what different cocktails I can come up with, because I gotta tell you, Nancy. People think that she's only good at insider trading. She is one hell of a bartender. And she has these little cocktails. She has a little black book with all these recipes. So she has a little benzodiazepine combination with two dry martinis. That will take you out. I mean, I want to say something else, but we're on the radio, right? I can't do that. Okay. All right. I'll behave.
Thank you, Madam President.
Yeah, so we have all kinds of fun. This is a hard job. I told you, keeping Joe is a hard job. It's challenging, and sometimes you got to take the edge off. So every day, 5:00 when my day ends, just like every other hardworking American, we have a happy hour, and that lasts until I don't know, maybe 11:30.
It's a long happy hour.
It is a long happy hour. I'm saving the nation. That I deserve it. It's well deserved. So Nancy's been great. We usually mess around with the companies that she insider trades with. She has a lot of tips. She has a lot. So her portfolio is looking real nice lately. I don't know if you looked at that. Have you seen what I'm worth these days? Oh my God. They're great. So yeah, that's what I do for my free time.
Did you really snub Josh Shapiro because he's Jewish?
Absolutely. Look, I got to be frank here. I need the Hezbollah and the Hamas people, to get on board. I need ISIS. I need all those votes. I need Michigan. So I needed to do what was right for me. It wasn't just my input here. Okay. We have to unburden what has been. Yeah. So, Hillary's the one that has the final say. Her and Barack called me up. And, they explained that there was a dire situation. The Free Palestine crowd, they're not very happy with me right now. So I had to tell the world that I'm pro-Israel, but I didn't want to piss them off too much. So I'm kind of trying to, I'm trying to make everyone happy. It's not easy. It's not easy. I wish people knew what I deal with, but, it hasn't been easy. So for the sake of, global terrorism.
Oh my God.
I had to snub Joshi. But Tim Waltz was the only one that really wanted to do it with me. I don't know what's wrong with him. He's really excited to do this. So I had to go with the one with the most pizzazz.
SD Palti. I mean, my God, it's
beautiful.
Tweets coming in and people loving it, saying it's radio gold.
Amazing.
SD, you are so good. We had a question that came up in the YouTube chat. Stalker, if you could ask this one.
Joe asks, since you do this a lot, do you ever? How do you do your normal voice? Like, do you ever see yourself slipping into this, like in your normal voice?
I mean, if I'm being completely transparent, she absolutely destroyed my laugh. My husband's like, you never used to laugh like this. I don't know what the hell's going on, but she kind of took over the laugh a little bit. Like, it's just I think it's called an occupational hazard. So, for the listeners that are listening, I'm a nurse. This is kind of something new that I stumbled upon a couple of years ago. And it's because I'm sticking with it and it's been so consistent. I mean, I definitely find myself saying some awkward things sometimes. It does bleed through, but hopefully that nightmare will end.
This is the nuance of this, and it's the same with Sean too. It's not just the accent. It's not just the laugh. It's the word salads and throwing in all those things that Kamala Harris does. It's just like you have a gift with this.
Oh, it's so great. Good. Yeah. Do you ever, by the way, Esty, when you're working as an RN, do you ever slip into character with fellow nurses or maybe even patients, or do you kind of keep that shelved?
No, so this is I actually left patient care a few years back. That's how I'm able to do all of this. I work a remote position. But yeah, my friends and my family, I slip into character all the time. And in my community at this point, like I'm in New York, but I'll, people stop me on the street all the time, or like my friends will call me and say, "Can you do it? Can you laugh?" Amazing. And I'm like, you guys are out of control already with this. But it's hysterical because, if you call somebody older, they think that it's really her. And, sometimes I'll send out like some of the debates that we did together of me and Sean.
Yep.
My mom was like, you cannot be talking to Donald Trump like that. And I said, Mom, it's not really Donald Trump. Like, it's the same thing that I'm doing. Someone else is doing. And she's like, no, like she thinks Sean Farish is Donald Trump when we're doing X Spaces. So, yeah, I mean,
what's funny?
Yeah.
What's funny is that I know you're on the you're on the Trump side of the aisle, but like, is there a piece of you that wants Kamala Harris to win just because your stock is going to be every radio show, TV show in the country is going to be calling you for the next 4 years?
Look, I'm going to, and this is complete honesty. Yes, it would be very lucrative. I'd leave my career. Okay, I'd probably leave my career for a little while.
Yeah.
Maybe even officially retire from it. However, and this is a real honest answer. If the world around me is burning, there's really not much point of like having a lucrative career. So there is not really that tiny sliver inside me. There was at one point where I was like, oh, well, if she wins, like I'm golden. But guys, I'm the one that has to listen to her so much. I have to watch her. I'm the one that has to watch her. It is a punishment. It is a torture device. Watching her stupid faces. I mean, I know the camera's on. The radio listeners can't listen, but when you see her doing like all these things, I watch her. I want to like do the Jim Carrey gag sometimes. Like I'm not going to be mad if she goes away is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like I'm not going to be disappointed. I really want Donald Trump to win.
Right.
This is one of those characters where I think if Donald Trump wins, she'll be around. I know she's going to go away eventually, but she's still going to be around. I'll pull it out so we can all remember this once nightmare. It's going to be like remembering the Freddy Krueger movies. Those were so scary. Yeah. So I want her to be a very distant memory. But if she wins, which I gotta say, watching what ABC did yesterday, it just gives me that gloomy feeling down my spine. They did some weird stuff with Joe Biden in 2020, so it's not completely off the table. I will not be surprised if she does take it, just because of the state of affairs. Like I live in New York City, so I'm more cynical. It's very corrupt, especially Southern District of New York City. It's disgusting. But when you see political atmosphere, you can't help but feel so hopeful. So I am 100% like pro-Trump. I really want him to win. I have 3 kids. I have a career. Like, this has been great. I really enjoyed it this last 4 years. It's been awesome. Such an experience. So if it goes away, it's okay.
What did you make of the whole garbage truck skit? How brilliant was that? And any takeaways from that, Vivek and Trump at the rally last night in Wisconsin?
When it comes to Tony Hinchcliffe, I mean, he's a comedian, and what he said, I loved Donald Trump's response to it. I think Donald Trump came in and just swooped in and saved the day. I actually found it hysterical when he came out of initially, and he's like, I don't know who Tony Hinchcliffe is. I don't know who that is. Like, he's like, I don't want to be associated with this. But the whole thing, they blew it out of proportion. Then Joe Biden went and called everyone garbage. So Donald Trump is he's a professional troll. I look up to him, his humor. He has a very New York sense of humor, which is very sarcastic. And I think it's fantastic. I think it's fantastic that he's showing the world a very different side to himself than he did in 2016. In 2016, he came in guns blazing, just exposing truth, destroying all these people one by one. They weren't ready for him. He's taken a more, subdued approach this time. I feel like he's definitely better with the press. And I love everything about the garbage truck, what he did. He's standing behind his people, for his people. He never leaves us out to dry. I just have such a hopeful feeling, and hopefully that, it's going to be too big to rig. He's incredible. Mm-hmm. I love him. I love that man. I cannot say it enough. I love him so much. And I really look up to him, the way that he, I hope he knows that I'm cackling in his honor every single time I do it. It's to expose this cackling shill. And I really hope that he just continues to win the hearts over and over again of people. So hopefully this Puerto Rico thing dies down. It's ridiculous how much attention it got.
There you go. Esty, thank you very much. Esty. We'll chat again soon. Keep doing what you're doing. You're a rock star.
Thank you very much.
There she is. Follow her on Twitter. I'm going to give you the plug for the Twitter. I believe it's MommyRN88. Yes, MommyRN88 if you'd like to follow her and all of her great content. We'll come back. We'll get to our morning mystery movie clip and then what's on the cut sheet part 2. And we'll do that on the other side. But right now, here's what you have to do. Maybe you've been, looking up Esty's content. You've been looking up Sean Farish's content, and you don't want to be tracked, right? You don't want to be spied on. You've had enough of Google. So what's the solution? Well, it's very simple. 3 words: DuckDuckGo. And we are so proud to partner once again with DuckDuckGo, the best search engine going. And they are local, but now they're taking it to the next level. Your online privacy, your security out there in cyber world is protected with a subscription-based service called Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo. And I signed up for it. I love it. I've played around with it. I've used their search engine. It's amazing what they can just wipe out. And this is a 3-in-1 privacy service. And it's going to give you 3 things, okay? First of all, a secure VPN anytime, anywhere. Secondly, identity theft protection. And lastly, and probably most importantly, personal information removal. All of your details are just floating around out there. They're going to take care of that for you. And they will blow the mind of the hackers, the scammers, and the con artists. And they're going to be up what's creek. Take advantage of this special offer right now. It's exclusive for our listeners. Just go to duckduckgo.com/1210. It's a free 7-day trial offer. And then after that, just $9.99 per month. Do it today. duckduckgo.com/1210.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This year's election threatens to erode your retirement future.
Susan Sanoski, Downingtown, Pennsylvania. Depending on who wins the election, it's going to affect the economy as a whole. Costs are just skyrocketing. Medical costs, housing, food especially. And when was the last time you ever heard of a tax decrease? And I have to say, I have no fear at all because my money is safeguarded with crash-proof retirement. And with our crash-proof retirement system, our money is not just stable, but it's actually increasing much more than we had expected. That money is always added to our principal without anybody getting a cut of that. It's just ours. We earn it, it goes into our account, and it continues to grow and multiply. We have not had a single loss. I'm election proof. My entire investment for retirement is protected.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, November 20th, 800-722-9.
30 years. I've got the tricks of the trade to make sure your home looks its best, sells fast, and for top dollar. How? Oh, it's all about smart pricing, staging, and creative marketing. A little investment and a solid pricing strategy can mean thousands more in your pocket. Yes, thousands. So before you slap a for sale sign on your lawn, call me to get your home sold in 2 days for thousands more by making your home irresistible to buyers. Call me now for a copy of my new book, Model Home Mindset. Let's get your home sold fast. Call 215-576-8666 or go to 215-576-8666.com.
Medicare is making important changes in 2025. Independence Blue Cross can help. Our Medicare Advantage plans include premiums as low as $0, dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage. The deadline to enroll is December 7th. Visit ibxmedicare.com/radio. Independence Blue Cross offers PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Independence Blue Cross PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans depends on contract renewal.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey man, come here. You're not going to believe it. I picked up this beautiful model. She's down here.
A model?
Yep, got her from the train store.
In your basement?
See?
Oh, model train.
Whew. Yeah, what'd you think I was talking about?
Nicholas Smith Trains. Become the conductor with any model you can imagine, from classics to new releases and holiday-themed engines. Don't forget to visit Nicholas Smith Trains and Toys this holiday season. NicholasSmithTrains.com.
The leaves are changing color, the air is crisp, and it's the perfect time to fall into savings on a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. Take advantage of these incredible offers. A 2025 XC40 for only $435 per month on a 36-month lease. A 2024 C40 for only $329 per month on a 36-month lease. Or get 3.99% financing on select new Volvos for 72 months. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
The following is a paid commercial message.
27 years in politics has changed Bob Casey. He's just not the same anymore. In Washington, Bob Casey voted to let biological men compete against our girls in their sports. And Casey introduced a bill to force hospitals to perform sex change operations against their beliefs. Letting men compete against our daughters? Forcing hospitals to perform sex changes? It's just not normal. But that's how liberal Casey is these days. Casey also voted for higher taxes on seniors' Social Security benefits, too. Casey even voted for a bill that could raise out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors. Higher taxes on Social Security? Raising drug costs for seniors? Come on, Casey. It's just not right. Bob Casey's gone way too liberal for Pennsylvania. After 27 years, we need a change. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company.
Walking through the streets of Soho in the rain.
9:30 Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Cut sheet part 2 coming up shortly. Your voicemails today in music history. What's on tap for the Dawn Show? Great work out of Esty again. By the way, follow her on Twitter, MommyRN88, for all of her great content. We'll probably have to do. I mean, I don't know if we definitely should, but we can workshop it on the air for a moment.
Sure.
Post-election, do we want to have both of them back? Just the winner? I mean, obviously Sean does every week. I would imagine if Kamala wins, we might want to have her back. Although if Kamala wins, I'm not sure that the audience, as great as she is, will be able to tolerate that. So
I was just gonna say,
we're
gonna have to figure out what we're gonna do, because I definitely want to use both of them going forward.
Yes,
so we'll see.
That was good stuff. All right, a little bit late, but that's been the theme lately, so it's still time to give something away. It's 9:30, not 9:20, but it is time for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I never saw such rotten crap in my life. Who sells it to you? I'm talking to you, young man. You want to answer me when I'm talking to you. You remember who puts the friggin' bread on the table around here, don't you?
Dan, don't be too hard on him. All the kids read them.
My boy isn't all the kids. You want to know where this is going, Billy? In the garbage. Right into the friggin' garbage. Now, you got any smart mouth about that?
The windows are open downstairs. I better go down and close them. The rain will get in.
No, I'll do it. I got some garbage I want to throw away.
Oh, such a great movie.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Jimmy Kelly really hitting his stride. Good luck if you know that one. Caller 12, 855-839-1210, and you will get a pair of tickets to see Brubeck Brothers Quartet coming up Saturday, November 2nd at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Best of luck, and we'll see if we get our winner here shortly. All right, voicemails, by the way, voicemails probably in about 13 or 14 minutes.
Hopefully.
Hopefully, yes. And if you don't know how to do that yet, obviously you have the Odyssey app. We know you do. You listen to us right next to the Listen Live button, right next to the logo for 1210 WPHT. Little microphone. Just tap that. You start speaking right away. You tap it. That means you're done. It's sent. It's in our hopper, and we will get to those. And you can, the convenience of that, you can leave a message at any point, right? It could be 10:38 at night. You could be getting ready to go to bed. You see a Kamala Harris ad on Channel 6, and all of a sudden you have a thought. You have a take. And we're not here until 6 in the morning, right?
Yep.
And we can't take your call. You just leave a voicemail.
Yep.
It's convenience. It's for you. A la carte on demand. Let's find out what soccer has left over. What's on the cut sheet? Part D.
What's on the cut sheet?
I do. So, I asked Esty, being, a fan of Trump, but also making sort of a living, a career. She could make a career out of being Kamala Harris. Does she secretly want Kamala to win because it will be more lucrative for her? Jake Tapper asked Seth Meyers that because we all know, we've said this before, if Trump wins, the cable news ratings go up, the late night ratings go up.
Yep.
It's more material for them.
Yep.
They know that. So he asked Seth Meyers if he secretly wanted Trump to win. This is cut one, Phil. Go.
We should have a new president sometime soon. I don't know when, but sometime in the next few days. I think it's fair to say.
If you say so, you're CNN, right?
I think it's fair to say that you're not a strong supporter of Donald Trump. But let me ask you this: should he win? As a writer, you're going to have a lot more material. It's entirely possible that late night ratings, not just for your show, but every comedy show, and also I should acknowledge cable news, will go way up because there will be a lot more going on. Do you ever think about the election personally versus professionally? Like, are you preparing for a Trump victory in any way, thinking, well, at the very least, it will be good for our family financially?
Yeah, I'm very happy to say I'm not looking at this election for my own financial well-being, and I'm very disappointed in the people who seem to make that their number one reason for who they're voting for. Look, I personally would be very tired to go through another 4 years like we did the first time out.
Yes.
I think material when you're a comedian is always out there. You don't have to have it served to you on a plate. It's almost more fun when it's a little bit harder to get to. So I would appreciate the challenge of a post-Trump world where we didn't have it sort of thrown in our face every day. I bet you probably feel the same. I mean, I know you're not allowed to say it, but I bet you.
You have no idea who I'm voting for or what I think about any of this, and I'll cover the news no
right
matter
down
what.
The middle.
Right down the middle. You know me, baby. So Seth Meyers.
There's no question who Jake Tapper's voting for, by the way.
Zero doubt. And the truth is, Seth Meyers will be overpaid and performed with low ratings, whether Trump's in or Trump is out, because he's kind of the lowest rated, I believe, of all of the late night shows. It's funny you say this. I've got this story in front of me from Outkick. Media Research Center reviewed every joke that was told on late night television from September 3rd through October 25th. To conduct the study, the researchers assessed all 136 episodes of the following 5 shows: The Daily Show, Jimmy Kimmel Live, CBS's The Late Show with Colbert, The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, and Seth Meyers. MRC found that a total of 1,463 jokes were told about the two candidates. Of these, 1,428 were targeted at Donald Trump. Just 35 for Kamala. That's a 40-to-1 ratio, by the way.
I gotta say this, that it is comedic malpractice. The fact that they, for the last 4 years, couldn't think of anything to say about Joe Biden. Nothing. Well, nothing came to mind.
They could, but they just didn't want to go there, right? Because it's served up on a platter every day when he speaks, right?
Yes.
But they just decided not to do it. Well, he's old, or she's a female.
It's also interesting to me that they've already put their cards out on the table by saying that if Kamala Harris wins, they're not going to make fun of her. They're going to search for other things to make fun of. Did you hear him say that?
Yes.
Oh, it's going to be harder because then we have to search for other things. Why not do what Esty does?
I totally agree. I mean, it's there every single second of the day. But and look, we've seen even SNL, they make jokes about Democrats, but they're afraid to go. I mean, how long did they go? I know we're talking about SNL here now, but how long did SNL go without having a Joe Biden parody bit?
I know,
right?
Yep.
They brought out Jim Carrey a couple of times, then they kind of nixed it, and they were not mocking Kamala, and then they brought back Maya Rudolph. They've never, to my knowledge, unless it's changed down the stretch here, they've never mocked Karine Jean-Pierre.
Yep.
Why? Because she checks off a bunch of boxes that would be, quote, offended by it.
Yep.
It's ridiculous.
It really is.
They made their, but it's not my, look, I don't avoid anything. I'm taking everything. If I think it's fair game, it's fair game. They made their jobs more difficult themselves. They're their own worst enemy.
Yep. Harry Anton, your buddy, he was on one of the shows last night, actually sitting at the round table.
Wow, I've never seen Harry sitting. He's
Yeah.
usually so hopped up on caffeine, he's standing.
Holy cow. Talking about the new PA poll that was released yesterday that showed it basically statistically tied, or maybe Trump won. I'm not sure but he was asked about that poll yesterday. This is cut 13, Phil. Go.
But also on some key issues. It seems deadlocked in Pennsylvania, though. What stood out to you in this new poll?
I think what stood out to me is that the races haven't moved at all, not one iota. You go back to August, the numbers in all 3 states look exactly the same as they do now. And you have to ask yourself, when these campaigns are spending all this gosh darn money on the air, especially in Pennsylvania, and it's just a dead heat. So now as we stand less than a week from the election, I continuously say Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. And I also continuously say, I have no idea what the heck is going to happen. And people call me a waffler for that. But I'm just being honest with folks. I have no idea. This is the tightest election I've ever seen.
Well, at least they call you that to your face and
That's
not behind
true.
your back. But okay, when I was looking at these numbers, what
Yeah. I mean, Harry Anton actually lays it out. I actually retweeted both of them. One was from 23 hours ago. It was one of the clips where Anton's in front of the teleprompter breaking down the numbers. And he says, if Trump wins, the signs were there all along. It's the clip I played you a snippet of in the Big Take this morning. And then I also just retweeted part 2 from Harry Anton. If Kamala Harris wins, the signs were clear as day. And for those that haven't seen this clip yet, it's because she has a higher net favorable rating than Trump. And also he highlights the election success or failures of Republicans post Roe v. Wade. So here's the truth. And this is a completely down the middle view. Regardless of the outcome next week or next month or next year, whenever we decide who wins this thing, it shouldn't be a surprise considering the historical indicators that have told you, well, historically speaking, blah, 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 means this person wins or loses. And then the most recent indicators post Roe v. So we know if Harris wins or Trump wins, we know what the reasons will be. I actually think the only shocking element of this, and this is just my personal opinion, is the shocker will be if somebody wins in a landslide. And I know landslides really don't happen anymore, but if somebody gets to like 320 electoral votes, that would be a surprise to me. I'm not going to make a prediction. In all honesty, I don't know how this is going to play out. If I had a strong conviction, a lock feeling, I would say Harris wins or Trump wins. Remember, 2 years ago, I said, I don't think the red wave's going to happen. I had that feeling about 48 hours before the midterms. I have no idea which way this will go, but I do think it will be close. I could see 270 to 268, 276 to 262. I've seen one forecast 281 to 257. I think it'll be some sort of combination like that. I do not see like a 320 to 232 type situation.
We should break.
Back after this, Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
You may have heard, Wawa has pizza. And right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price.
Wawa has personal pizza for a night of gaming.
And it's only $6.
Wawa has pizza for when we don't want to cook.
And a 14-inch is $8.
Wawa has pizza for after practice.
A 16-inch to feed the team, $10. Right now, get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Wawa has pizza for all at a really great price.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
I'm Tahisha Way, New Jersey's Lieutenant Governor, with a message for New Jersey voters. You have 3 voting options in the general election. Vote in person on Election Day, Tuesday, November 5th. Vote early, in person Saturday, October 26th through Sunday, November 3rd. Or apply for, complete, and return a mail-in ballot. Whatever you choose, vote by 8 p.m. on Tuesday, November 5th. Details at vote.nj.gov.
There's breaking news all day long from around the world, and sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station, and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-511-3535. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider, 800-511-3535. That's 800-511-3535. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-511-3535.
California Psychics was great. Gosh, I got everything I can imagine from my reading.
At California Psychics, we only connect our customers with the best. In fact, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. So we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free.
She told me something about my love life that I needed to hear. I do feel better about my relationship from what she told me. I feel like I'm on the right path.
Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Which means you could soon be taking a romantic stroll down the right path, too. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Get $5 off with code RADIO5 when you download the app.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle, and their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Wawa's hot turkey is back, and it's bringing the comforting flavors of the season with it. Sink into savory stuffing, cozy up with sweet cranberry sauce, and relax into some warm, buttery mashed potatoes. Grab your pillows and blankets, because hot turkey is back. Plus, get your cozy cravings satisfied from the comfort of your bed with $0 delivery when you order on the Wawa app. Try the Wawa Gobbler today in a hoagie or bowl for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
Yeah, 947, Kayal and Company, Halloween Thursday, October 31st, as we wind things down here. Going to be another beautiful day. Temps in the low 80s. Yeah, if you're putting like makeup on or you're wearing a mask for Halloween, not a COVID mask because nobody would wear any of those anymore, you're going to be sweating your you-know-what off out there. It's going to be like Halloween in Texas today or Florida. My goodness gracious, as Holy Cow Harry Yenton would say. All right, before we get to Today in Music History with Phil Almquist wearing a Brett Favre jersey.
Oh, no, he's not, is he?
He's got a Brett Favre jersey.
Yeah.
We'll get to that coming up shortly. Let's find out what's in the Odyssey voicemail machine.
2 years ago, the media and polls predicted a red wave, which never happened.
Pink trickle.
Now, that same media and those same polls are saying Trump is leading in certain areas of the country with certain demographics.
Yeah.
We can't let them play head games with us again.
Yep.
Don't believe them. We have to get out there and vote, vote, vote.
Yes.
Wow.
Stay in line. Vote, vote, vote. Bank your vote. Run up the score. Keep that margin, whether it's a positive in some swing states or like it is in Pennsylvania, a negative. Keep that number under 400,000 because we know on Election Day, Republicans typically do very well. But this time around, they are doing much better in almost every swing state except for the Big Ten swing states, which is weird, right? Like Sunbelt swing states, West Coast, so to speak, Pacific time zone swing states. They're doing it where Republicans have like a 4-point lead. Yet in Wisconsin and Michigan, Democrats are up like 25 points. In Pennsylvania, Republicans have like a 30-point deficit. Don't understand why. Still better than last time around, but we need PA to elevate their game.
Greg said, la, 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 la.
Oh, people are so triggered. People are so triggered by things.
What was that supposed to be?
I don't know.
It was just a random outburst? Yeah. Hey, we take them.
I'll tell, everybody just wants flowery praise all the time. It's like, oh, everything is sunshine and roses. Great. If that's what you want.
Wait, do you know who that was or what that was in reference to?
No.
No,
I don't know.
They just wanted to go blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wish you guys would only talk about the funny things and the happy things that went on at MSG.
Oh, my God.
Okay, another person.
Okay. Only talk about the happy and funny things that happened in Madison Square. Okay.
You know, I would take those critiques under consideration and advisement.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm sorry. I just keep setting record ratings, so I think I'll stick with what I'm doing.
Boy.
You know.
Dawn's really being a wet blanket today.
I know.
Come on. We're going to speak poorly against the other side. Let's all be in it together.
Boy, the people are just very triggered by everything. Like, oh my Lord. This is like, we're giving you honest opinions.
Yeah,
honest opinions.
People are angry today.
It's just,
I don't know what, I mean, what, let me go back and look at the show sheet here. I killed the media and the left wing for, trying to go spin mode on Joe's garbage comment.
Yeah.
I crushed ABC TV in Central PA for that ridiculous graphic. We hammered TV and radio companies for shutting our boy Sean Farish down. And we criticized late night TV for only taking swipes at Trump. What do people hear?
I don't know.
I
don't know.
I don't know.
Though. It's good, though.
Fine.
Yeah, you keep saying about if Trump wins PA, that he's going to win the election. I think you're forgetting about 2020 and the 800,000 vote lead he had lost miraculously. You know, Philly pulled like 1 million votes out their butt for Biden. So if it comes down to PA and they do all that recount stuff, like, yeah, Trump lost.
I mean, if Trump wins PA, he will win the election. I mean, I've given you the path, the layout, right? The path of least resistance is to take North Carolina for a third straight time, which I think he's going to. If you just saw the story, Kamala pulled her campaign ads from North Carolina with a week to go,
but she was
reallocated them to Virginia.
I agree on that, but she was in North Carolina yesterday.
True.
So
yeah, campaigning versus ads, two different things. The financial investment, she said, let's shift that money to Virginia, which makes me think they're a little worried about Virginia. But again, path of least resistance, take Carolina, flip Georgia 10,000 votes, which is a very easy thing to do. We're not talking about 150,000 votes. We're talking about 10,000 votes. Same thing with Arizona. It was 11,000 votes, and then it comes down to PA. If you do that and you take PA, Michigan and Wisconsin don't mean anything. Right now, it looks like, and I know CNN's poll, and you got to take that for a grain of salt. It's CNN, but they had Harris up 5 in Michigan, 5 in Wisconsin, tied in Pennsylvania. That seems a little high, although I think Trump's got a better chance to win Wisconsin than he does Michigan.
All right, that's what we got here.
All right, well, I tell you what, some real upbeat voicemails today.
I mean, look,
we'll take them.
Listen, as long as they're listening. If they're upset with somebody's take on here, there's 3 people with different takes, so it's all good.
Yeah,
it's all fine. It's all fine. Everybody's fine. Everybody calm down.
Yeah.
Okay, I know everybody's on edge because of the election, but everybody calm down.
All right. A man who should be on edge is in studio with us. His baseball team got zipped in 5. His football team season is over.
Oh, boy.
But the show must go on.
What
it's
an
time.
Intro for you.
Look, but he's a professional, and he handles it in stride like a true pro.
That's why I'm here.
Phil Almquist today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Halloween 2024. We celebrate the birthdays of Ed Rock from the Beastie Boys, who's 58. Johnny Marr from the Smiths, who's 61. Roger Stevens from Blind Melon, who's 54. And Larry Mullen Jr. from U2, who's now 63. Singles could come together by the Beatles in 69. Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen in 75. Down with a Sickness by Disturbed in 2000. And Living on a Prayer by Bon Jovi in 86. Album that could Lifehouse's debut in 2000. Awake by Godsmack on the same day. And by the way, they were tremendous last Friday. All the Way to the Sun by TNT in 2005. And No Quarter by Jimmy Page and Robert Plant in 94. Also in 2005, the white suit worn by John Lennon on the cover of Abbey Road is sold at auction for $118,000. In 89, the very first MTV Unplugged show was recorded featuring Squeeze. In 64, the Supremes were topped the singles chart. And in 93, Hootie the Blowfish signed with Atlantic Records. But lastly, on this day in 98, Kiss began with their Psycho Circus tour with a Halloween show in L.A., and 5 years ago today, I was watching UFO and Blue Oyster Cult in Staten Island in New York. What a great show that was. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Upquist.
Anytime you can work in a little Blue Oyster Cult, absolutely beautiful. By the way, what's the rationale behind the jersey today?
Well, Greg did not play anything from Brett Favre at the rally yesterday in Green Bay. So
I don't like people who send unsolicited junk pics to reporters. So
or those that allegedly steal welfare checks, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I'm not a Brett Favre fan. So.
Brett Favre.
Hey,
Not recently diagnosed with Parkinson's, by the way.
Yes.
So feel bad for that. All right, Dawn Show coming up top of the hour. We find out what she has lined up about 5 minutes out.
I'll tell you why Greg Stocker is the best boss in the world ever, because I ran out. I'll tell you where I ran out, my little Halloween experience, Philadelphia crime, a store that was momentarily locked down, my wild Halloween adventure this morning. And we have some great interviews that Dan has set up as well. It's all coming up.
All right.
There's so much breaking and developing. As I speak, Elon Musk is set to be in a courtroom in 4 minutes here in Philadelphia to face DA Larry Krasner. What could possibly happen?
All right, Dawn Show, top of the hour. Stay tuned. Everybody have a great rest of your Thursday. Enjoy your Halloween if you're going out with the kiddies or you're sitting on the porch trying to scare people, which is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to do it with a Yeti full of booze. It'll be a great time, and we will see you Friday morning.
Good night, everybody.
Halloween, a great time this time of year, right? To pull out the crock pot and think about what a crock, because this is my little trick or treat, if you will, because it's making a home cooked dinner for my family from scratch. It's just not made by me. So luckily, whatacrock.com's delicious, easy to prep meals make it so simple. I just put one of their meals, plop it into the slow cooker in the morning, go about my day. And when I come home, dinner is waiting, just simmering. And the house, it just smells so good. I think about the different kinds of chili, whether it's a spicy chili, a beef chili, whether it's a white bean chili, whether it's a vegan chili. They really do have it all. And then every kind of dinner, from chicken, they've got seafood, you name it.